So the exciting view of a staircase for the moment. Just enjoy that. We've got to tinker a thing or two around just a slight bit more and then we'll be in business. Bear with me one sec. There we go. Wanted to move the mic arm but didn't want to make a bunch of noise in everybody's ears there. So, I figured out a solution to the walking forward and left problem I was having last session. And it's a dumb solution. Because I don't know if it's a bad interaction between X input or what have you, or that specific controller. But when I tried SDL with this PS4 controller, which is currently, fingers crossed, staying connected, as anyone who's been around here for a while knows, been having a real issue with these guys and their wired connections lately. This is a new wire, though, so it should last at least for this session. Which also, these things are neat, by the way. These, like, magnetic multi-connector wires. Really interesting idea. But as you can see, I can move and go left, along with forward, just fine now. So in theory, we should be good as far as that goes. Now, having explained that thought, let me just quickly juggle things around one last little bit, because I forgot to move my chat window to somewhere I can see it well. And then we should be in business. Aside from the bitrate once again hitting the floor for reasons. I'm genuinely blaming Twitch at this point. Like, I was jokingly doing that before, but at this point I think I have to legitimately blame Twitch for the bitrate. For sake of argument, I'm going to run a quick upload speed test to make sure that I'm not talking out of my ass by saying that. If for nothing else, but as a proof of my point. Is I just watched it step straight down. I know this is a big interruption of us actually getting started, but just bear with me a second. Yeah, no, my upload is fine. So my internet is better than it's ever been, and it is acting a fool. So nothing to be done here. Just hopefully it is watchable, and we'll make do. Now last time we picked up a map and some information from a dead old man down on the other side of where the merchant here is. I'm coming back to the merchant to make sure I didn't miss buying anything that I did actually want or need. So, judging from the fact that we're kind of poor, I get the distinct feeling that that's not really going to go anywhere, particularly. I'm pretty confident that I need to go back into the mines, so we're at the very least going to buy another antidote. What I think I need to do is go in the mines and see if I can get another Stone of Life to get that vial that the other gentleman that we offered a life stone to had. I don't know that for a fact that that's the answer to our current situation, but it's the only lead I've got. Because we've already been on the other end of the broken bridge that's over there. We haven't delved all the way into the depths of the mine, which is why my assumption is that I need to be down there. This guy has so far been useless, aside from us taking his club at the beginning of the game, to have a means of defending ourselves. Over here, just had boots. That's nothing really too notable. There is the, like, shield-looking thing that's sitting on top of that ledge up there, But I don't know how to get to that still, and I don't know if we need something to get to that. We have the ability to break wooden barricades, which we've already used down below, which is what gained us access to a few things down at the other end there, including the man we found who dropped the map, who was originally the man sitting in front of the bridge, trying to figure out how to get home. I'm trying to recap everything I remember, and that's the vast majority of it. We did give the one stone of life we found to the old woman, who is how we got the fire magic that we can only just barely use, really. Honestly, I feel like my turning is a bit abrupt, so I may need to make some adjustments to this. Son of a bitch. There we go. I don't think there was anything in the shrine here that we could do anything of any use with. But I'll double check anyway. Because, you know, memory from a week ago, not exactly the most guaranteed of sources. This is where the chest with the skeleton in it was, which I don't remember if we actually dealt with that at all or not. These are a real wild bunch of games, honestly. And I'm sure people are by now familiar with the game company From Software for Souls games and such down the line. But this is what they were working on a while ago. Not quite where they started, but actually, Kingsfield 1 might? No. They did some stuff before Kingsfield 1. Now, this is back. Right, we can probably burn the web off that door now. If I had any MP. Which, I don't think we have any mushrooms left. No, we do have one. So let's find out if this works. Sure does. Okay. Door, please. Let me in. Another antidote, which will be useful. But we've found new territory. That we might not actually be able to get anywhere in. Oh, those webs hurt, and it would appear that it has applied a slow to me. That's upsetting. Yep, we sure are slowed down. Do I have anything for that right now? Not really. This might be the last Kingsfield game that was made. I'm not sure if Shadow Tower Abyss came after this or before this, because I once again forgot to check the lineup for all of that. Ow, that spider actually hurts a lot. Okay. We'll go ahead and antidote that poison. Dodge him, even though we're super slow. That's the end of him. So we can't actually get in here because we don't have enough MP to throw enough fireballs to get through this. So we'll have to come back later. Meanwhile, very slowly moving around. Is apparently slows really affect your turn speed too, and that is unfortunate. Now, for those unfamiliar, I'm gonna let you in on what the control scheme for this is right quick, so you also understand why I'm having a bit of a time. Just look at this list here. Both the stick and the D-pad work for all the forward, left, right you see here. That's pretty standard, moving and turning. You can only strafe with your bumpers. You can only look up and down with either the right stick or L and R. It's a thing. And that's how all of these have always controlled. But I just want to make sure people know that. Also, that amount of blue meter you see over there in that C shape, that is how much 1 MP is relative to how much MP we have at all. It's not, you know, it's a lot of meter, but not a lot of anything actually productive. Because the fireball we have takes 5. And we've just happened to cast it enough to get to 6. But we've got a long way to go before that's actually useful. I'm pretty confident there's nothing else up here where this guy's hanging out waiting for a stone of life, but I'm gonna make sure. Yep, this is why we make sure of these things. I'm pretty confident that is a thing I can get. Getting to it, however, is gonna be a whole other animal. Because we can't jump. At least, not in any way that I'm aware of. Currently trying to decide if it would be an issue if I fell to my death right now. Because all we would lose is the fact that I bought 2 herbs and an antidote and got my head kicked in by a spider. So really it wouldn't cost us anything. Well, good news, I didn't die. Bad news, we can't actually get there. So that's a whole thing. That red orb up there is, of course, our health meter for this one. The red bar you see up there is how much our melee attack has recharged after we swing, because you have to let it charge in order to do full damage. The blue one being the same equivalent for magic. One. Come here, you. I need your money. Yeah, what you would have missed last time is the fact that I couldn't run forward and left before. I had to switch controllers for that to start behaving. But now I'm at least holding the correct shape of controller for this game anyway. So it feels more natural. Those, of course, are save points, as demonstrated by me using it to save. Now, in here is going to be upsetting, because this place is full of red slimes that poisoned me when we were in here before. Because they poison on contact. And since our only attack has that much reach, it's a bit of a problem not to be touched. Case in point, we didn't actually step on him, but it counted enough as touching him. But we killed him in the process. This one we should be able to just scoot past and not have to deal with him. Conveniently, though, There is a healing spring over here. We can just sit here and drink to our heart's content. As soon as it actually takes it. Oh? Is it? Oh, It might have run out, because there's no water flowing out of the hole there anymore. Well, never mind. Forget what I said about convenience. I should have known that this game was never going to be that convenient. No game in this series is ever that kind. Now, the biggest problem is, as soon as we get to where I'm trying to get to, we aren't going to have the MP to do what I need to. So we need to find some mushrooms. And this is what I learned last time we were here, is you have to actually press a button to adhere to the ladder, or you just fall down and break your damn legs. Which, as you might imagine, is a great inconvenience. Though I will say, anyone with any motion sickness concerns, I would not advise watching too closely. Let's see if this thing grows back. Hello? No? Damn it. Because there was a mushroom monster that grew out of that guy before. I was hoping it was going to come back. Because we can't really break these boards with our sword. As much as you might think that would work. I wonder... Because I know I'm supposed to use our fireball magic. That is equipped here. In order to break those boards, but I'm trying to think if there's another way to do it, considering we're running out of MP so quickly. I'm wondering if there's something I'm missing. There's also, of course, all of this information that for things we've encountered along the way. All the information of the various characters, so you can remember all the dialogue they've had. Which, let me tell you, is fantastic. Like, there are modern games that don't provide you that much information of what you were told. And to go from a game that usually doesn't even give you a map to having that level of information at your fingertips is a pretty big jump forward. Yeah, the first Stone of Life we found was from that dead guy, because we went up and around and dropped down behind there to get it. And we only barely got through that with our lives. Hey there, Alice, how you doing? Oh, the miner died. Huh. Wonder what happened to him. I wonder if giving him the Stone of Life rather than one of the other two would have avoided this. Oh well. I'm doing okay. It was up a bit late last night, as usual, so... not at my best, but... I'll survive. I can't take his pickaxe, which is the worst part about this whole exchange over here, so we're just gonna leave that and pretend we didn't see that. Oh, guess we're going back up the ladder and going across the log, then. And yes, this is the highest speed we can achieve currently, unless I take a bunch of my armor off. Which is going to end poorly the second we get into a fight, so we'll worry about that later. Is just as your rolling speed and such is affected in Souls games, our move speed's affected by our equip weight. That's actually a pretty good turnaround on time on shipping for something like that. And I'm sure you're excited. Maybe the zombies will drop mushrooms. Very classy there, zombie. Could you not? I can't exactly reach you if you keep puking on the ground. Alright. Hopefully you don't have any issues with this one. There we go. No more zombie. And all he dropped was money. They do drop a good chunk of money, though. Real fascinating wall you got there, isn't it? You know, I just had this discussion with the other one. Could you just stop with the puking? Ooh. That may very well actually be important. No, it's not an item. Weapon? Yes. It's terrible as a weapon. Does it actually work on barricades, though? That is the question. Can I break this with it? Bounces. Okay. Da 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 da. Antidote. So, this sign here says do not enter, and it means it. You cannot pass it. The sign just denies you access to that place. Now, this pickaxe does, like, no damage according to its stats. I'm curious. How many hits will it take to get to the center of a zombie with a pickaxe? If I ever manage to hit him. Ow. This thing swings slow enough that this really seems like a bad plan, so we're just gonna not do that. It was a funny idea, but I feel like living is more important right now. He did not get staggered by that. Die. Or you could not. Okay. On the bright side, we're making enough money that I think I'll be able to get a mushroom. Yes. We just need another 100. And then we'll be able to afford a mushroom to get us some MP back. Just realized, are these zombies switching hands, or do some of them have it in their right hand and some of them only have it in their left? I should have healed again. That's on me. I should have healed twice instead of once. One. Okay. The bright side is we did not end up needing to spend the herb. Oh, wait, no. I saved on the way there, so we didn't lose much, actually. Does mean that those herbs are still gone that I spent fighting the spider, but it's fine. Not really that big a loss. Does mean we can end up not walking all the way down to where the other thing was, but that also didn't really matter. We can no, we can't. Because I used the mushroom already. And we no longer have the pickaxe, so I can't test that on this door. Sigh. I was really hoping just by casually walking past them, I wouldn't get poisoned, but of course I got poisoned anyway. Welcome back, Alice. Okay, let's see about getting another pickaxe, and then we'll test to see if that breaks barricades or not. So I'm willing to bet it probably doesn't. The pickaxe drop is probably just in case you break all of your weapons, so you have something. Or just as a novelty weapon. Because they love their novelty weapons. There's a level up. Yeah, now we're back down to 110. Right, this hallway is full of goddamn poison slimes. Yeah, I'd rather take my chances with the zombies right now. At least they don't poison me unless I think their vomit might poison me, but I don't know that for certain. It would make sense, since it is very green and awful. These guys are also really goddamn tall. Okay, seriously, knock it off with that. It's very hard to get anything done when you're just making pools of nasty everywhere you go. It's very hard to hit you and not step in that. Sigh. Die. And yes, he's actually, in fact, dodging my swing when he bounces back like that, by the way. How did you scare the driver, Alice? Not to say that some of them don't deserve it, but I feel like the one you did scare probably didn't. Oh. Okay. Fair enough. Some people scare very easily. Aha! We might be onto something here. Because a consistent thing I just realized. That zombie in here was taller than the rest, and he's dropped a pickaxe twice now. Ah. Okay. I can see how that would happen, yeah. Mutually assured surprise. Maybe they're not so cut out for that line of work if they're getting startled like that. Oh, absolutely. Because it's unfortunate for them, but it's also ridiculous enough that you kind of can't not laugh at that. Let's see if this will actually break this. Because then I don't need to keep burning mana on this all the time. Aha! That's how I was supposed to be doing this, not using the fire magic. Even though the fire magic worked. That makes infinitely more sense. If I had just not avoided the zombie before, we would have had that already. And saved about 900 gold, probably, since I spent a lot of mushrooms breaking doors. That's how these things go. If I wanted to, I could go back and redo things, because we're not that far in, but I'd also rather not do all that walking again. These fucking bats. Nice. Seriously. Knock it off, you little rat with wings. It hasn't really changed in 4 games, aside from getting a little bit smoother. It's kind of funny. Two systems in 4 games. Well, technically 6. So many goddamn bats. My god. Sit here spiking bats out of the air. Oh, I must have hit that one already. Or rolled really well on hitting it. Who can say? Wait. There was 2 coins. Huh. Accept your fate. Okay, almost 200. Ah, antidotes. And knee braces of some kind. Get up. There you go. Those might also be arm guards, with how this game goes sometimes. It's not gonna be a shield. Yep, it is arm guards. And they are better than the gloves I'm wearing. There we go. At least this game doesn't need to reload every time I switch any piece of equipment around. The advantages of it being on the PS2 instead of the PS1. Huh. Need a full charge? Need a full charge. Okay. Ah, this is the other side of the do not enter sign. Huh. Interesting. Not really sure why I wanted to be here, but I guess I'm here now. Also not sure why I had to fight through an army of bats to get here. Considering we were already here. Well, the good news is we now know how to break any of those barricades that are throughout the rest of this place. And we can go... I think there's something we can do over here, and there's also something now we can do down at the bottom of the ladder. Because we can break those. These things are once again a problem, however. Ah, you damn blood pudding. Every time you see the screen flash red, that's me taking damage, and you just take damage existing near these. It's annoying. And sometimes they poison you. Because that's fun. Like that. Just gonna finish killing that before I bother dealing with an antidote on that one. There we go. Problem solved. Now, we've been over here before. We activated that, and I think we realized once we got down to the bottom that there was nothing else we could do. Oh, no, that was... We died down there. That was the problem. Because down there is full of poison, zombies, and nasty. Even more so than up here. Which is impressive, I know, with the amount of bad that's up here. Just enjoy that bonfire for a moment. The incredibly square flames of this bonfire.
Flawless victory.
Doesn't happen often, but sometimes it works out. Empty. Sad. I think we need to... No. This is the correct side. I just need to be at a weird angle and then it'll go. There we go. There's also this thing that I don't understand the point of. Just a bin. We're not allowed to do anything with that bin. Now we take the elevator direct to hell. Pretty much, yeah. Just these games are usually sparse enough that I get suspicious of any decorations I see. Because you wonder, okay, well, what is this here for? The elevator didn't quite hit the ground this time, which might become a problem in the future. Yeah, as you might imagine, all that green goo that they're wading around in will poison me. And hurt a lot. It's just problems everywhere. I'm sure many people are getting great Blighttown memories right now. As they well should. Please don't sink into the goo. I would like to keep walking. Because it would appear that those platforms also sink as I'm standing on them. So, you know, that's great. Thankfully, these are zombies. They're a bit stupid. I wish I could take the bucket with me. Just start throwing that at them. Ow. Looks like the only way to go is this way, which is going to involve going through you, good sir. Whoop. Controller, please. Yeah, of course. Everyone gets a turn with that. That was a move. Okay. Eep. Oh, right, I'm still holding the pickaxe. That's why my attacks aren't making sense. He's real strong. We are awful. We just kind of ended up in the middle of this mess. These guys have been mining for God knows how long. And you know, there's the whole concept of no need to hold back when your arms don't feel anything anymore. So they can just whip that pickaxe as hard as their arm can. You would think. Considering this sword is not that big. And from the look of that arm, there's some decent muscle there. I wish I could take that lamp with me. I really do. I have tried numerous times and just will not let me. We cannot have lamp. But yeah, it looks like going down here was actually pointless. Because this just takes us back here. Oh, right, because there was this over here I could break. Cult of the Lamp. There we go. That was the point of being down here. I have no regrets for what I've started. Oh, I have some regrets for what I have to do here, but time to wade through the poison. There we go. Everything's fine. Some of my internal organs probably leaked out. It's fine. Yeah, it's generally ill-advised. That's a big slime. Let's just not. Let's not and say we did. I also can't help but notice that my vision seems to be modifying itself. Ah! Where? What? How? Why? Oh, genuinely, what?
Kill them all.
I would love to, Amber, but I keep getting poisoned. And I'm currently being poisoned by nothing. So I'm very confused and concerned. Hmm. Yeah, there's just nothing here, and I'm getting poisoned anyway. Okay. This place sucks. I'm going home. Pardon me. Coming through. We are going to take a ton of poison damage now because I am out of antidotes.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, that's a word for it. It's not going great right now. Odds of survival are currently dropping. So all we know now is that that cave is full of poison and suck. So I'm once again back to square one of where to go a little bit. But I have an idea. I have no idea if this idea will work, but it's the only thing I've got. And it's gonna rely on me not dying to poison on the way out of here. Because the poison will wear off eventually. Whether I will die first or not is the question mark. We are now out of healing, so hopefully it wears off before this last health bar does. Okay, good. And I'm poisoned again by the other slime because I had no other option but to try to pass it. Because if I tried to hit it, I was more than likely going to get poisoned again anyway. So we're going to die. There is nothing to be done about that. But I've learned multiple things, so we can fix this in a moment. And dead. The good news is, that entire trip down there that we burnt all of those healing items for was completely pointless. So we don't have to do that again. All I need to do is go down to that rest point, kill the zombie that's got the pickaxe, and come back up. Greater learning through throwing bodies down a hole. I'm gonna try to at least properly kill one of these, though, in order to get past it without getting poisoned, in theory. But you know, if you just, like, stab instead of swinging like a fool this entire time, you might actually hit this thing. Just saying. It's right there. And of course the other one's moving to block the whole damn passage with its body. You bastard. Bastard slime. This goop is poop. There we go. It is gone now. The annoying thing is, I don't think we're going to be able to kill the zombie that's down in the rest stop quick enough for it to not respawn by the time we get back. Especially if I go the wrong way. I second-guessed it when I saw the log, because for some reason I thought that the rest stop was not on the other side of the log. Just need to go smack around the big zombie, get his pickaxe out of his pocket, carry on, and beat this one up on the way. You gotta think, these guys must be real strong to swing these pickaxes like that one-handed. There we go. That'll clean up his act. Okay, big guy. Round 3, I think? 4? I've lost count. Just die, please. Like, you can see that this guy's like half again as tall as the other ones. So I think he is actually a unique zombie. Which is probably why we keep getting the pickaxe from him specifically. And why he's in a specific location. And he takes 4 hits, I think, instead of 3. Yep, 4 hits. Ta-da! Now, can I break the barrels with the sword? I forget. Nope. Exactly. Must always be 4. Barrel. Barrel. There we go. Oh, I wish I could actually run, but I can't. All I can do is stomp, stomp, stomp. This is why we break the barrels, yes. Trust not the barrel. See what I tell you, one of them respawned. Thankfully it was out of the way this time. We could go down on the bat tunnel, but there's no point in that. Yeah, it'll do that. Trust me when I say it's not much better being the one steering this boat. It's like you're just sitting in one of these wheeled chairs and just going, whee! Yep. They're worth, like, no money at this point, so I'm just ignoring them. Don't step on that lighter spot on the ground to the left there. It'll kill you just as well as the lava there does, for reasons. What those reasons are, I don't know. All I know is you step there, you dead. We are heading back to the shop. This is just a tunnel. Bit of ruined village hanging out over here. Got a shopkeeper chilling around the corner here. This whole area used to be a thriving country, and then weird magic MacGuffin ruined everything. Or at least that's the story we were told thus far. Which, as our quote-unquote good fortune would have it, we're carrying the unlucky magic statue that ruined everything. Because we're trying to put it back, because people took it from here and cursed their own country with the nasty luck that that thing has. And they're figuring, oh yeah, if we just get rid of this statue, all the bad things will stop. They sent the entire army in here. They all disappeared / died / question mark. So instead, some random guy in a cloak hands us the statue, and it's like, here, you can handle it. You'll figure it out. And, well, here we are. That's going about as well as you'd expect, one random guy getting sent into whatever this nightmare is. Specifically, this right here, the Idol of Sorrow, is the thing we're trying to put back. Now we've got a little bit more healing. I'm gonna touch the save point in here just to be on the safe side. And we can also bust these barrels with the pickaxe and get a couple more things. Or not. Well, I got one thing. It's called disappointment. Like this is a series that I've just always been interested in, but boy, these controls are the big holdback for this series generally. Which is funny because Shadow Tower Abyss felt pretty good somehow, and Eternal Ring also didn't feel all that bad. Just the other reason why I keep kind of waffling as to whether this one came out before those two or after those two, and I keep not double-checking the dates. Now that we've picked up a couple more healing herbs, let's go back into the shrine and see if we can break the spider webs with the pickaxe, since we can break most anything else that the fire spell can break. Using it. I have my doubts that it'll work, but it's the only real gambit I've got at the minute. It's either that or I'm forgetting something, which is entirely possible. Which actually, ooh, there is that one other set of tunnels that's full of those pill bug things I've been walking past here. There might have been some barricades in there I can go break. I also probably should have tried breaking the actual rocks or swinging the pickaxe at the wall where the guy was mining. Those are viable potentials as well, now that I think about it. But I'd rather not go back down in that mine right this second if I can help it. Okay, I do still have the pickaxe in my hand. I wanted to make sure I didn't reflexively swap back to the sword. At least not yet. And for anybody who's concerned about spiders, I'd advise not really looking right now. Or not. Maybe it's not going to be a problem at all, because I might not be able to go anywhere in here. Am I meant to just walk through these and take damage? Is that a thing? I can walk through them. So maybe it just sucks down here. That is an option. Oh, tally-ho. Yeah, because I can't break them with the sword, either. I wouldn't be surprised if fire magic destroys these, but we don't have enough MP for that, so it's not really a viable option. Spider, please. Oh, there's 4 of them. Let's not get the attention of all 4 of those at once, shall we? That seems like a very quick way to die. Thankfully, they're not very smart spiders. So we can kind of just hang out here and get unslowed, potentially. Because if you thought the turning was bad before, look how... at our amazing turning speed while we're affected by the webs. I'll get there eventually, guys. Don't worry. Yeah. It's not great. Hurt. Heat. App. Okay, I'm gonna have to walk forward. There's nothing for it. Oi. Oi, spiders. Acknowledge me. Yeah, that got your attention, didn't it? It's 1. Ow. Ow. This is your fault. Bad spider. Oh, I think I understand. They can't pass their own webs, I think. As dumb as that is, I think that's true. I think that's why they can't figure out how to get to me when I'm standing in these. Is their AI's treating these as walls. I'm not sure you're meant to necessarily just walk through them. You might have actually been intended to deal with that properly. Ow. I got it. I couldn't see it, but I got it. I think I was standing on him. And I couldn't turn well enough to figure it out, so I just started swinging wildly and hoping it worked out. My current hope is that we find some other means to do our magic better down here. Since the guy upstairs was telling us about a way to enhance magic with the healing waters that used to be bubbling at the spring above us. That was attached to this place. So it would make sense. It's also possible that we were supposed to get the vial from him in order to restore ourselves that way. Because he said that it needed the waters in order to enhance things, so it's entirely possible we're going to be missing pieces. Also, we feel so fast now after the whole time being slowed. A lot of dead things around here. That's probably going to be a problem. So those are metal chests, actually. So probably good stuff in there. Spiders. That is not what I was talking about when I said good stuff. You are the opposite of good stuff. You are bad and you should feel bad. Oh, hello there. Very armed and armored dead guy who thankfully is a little stupid. Real durable dead guy. Then again, he is wearing more armor than I am. That was a much faster swing than I expected something like that to have. I was not expecting him to go from low guard to dead. That was genuinely jarring. Oh yeah, that's one thing we didn't get, is I didn't get the arm guards. That's the one thing we're missing by not going into the death hole. And honestly, I can do without that. Oh yeah, I forgot to re-equip the wooden shield. That's the other thing. And since we do not have the leather shield, that means we didn't deal with the skeleton that's down in the secret room. So we can probably deal with that and get ourselves a little bit of an edge as well. Because once upon a time we won that fight against the skeleton in the secret room, and then I died to something else later, having forgotten to save, and then we didn't get to keep the stuff we found in there. Happens upsettingly often. Because this is definitely not a game series that cares at all about killing you. Go, you exist, die. That's basically how this handles things. Door, please. It is a little odd that these doors open in, and the doors on that side open out. Why not have them both open the same way? It's a little strange to me. Yeah, that'll lead up to the guy that I was talking about. Which, actually, since I mentioned it, let me show you the dialogue I was talking about that he had. Yeah, this guy. See, the rock of life that was once excavated is hard to find nowadays. If you want the vial, I'll exchange it for a rock of life. I have a special vial. I heard it was used to hold the healing water. That's why I wanted it initially, but it doesn't scoop up the water that was at that one fountain I showed y'all before. So I'm not entirely sure how to use that vial, which is why we undid having given him the stone instead of the sick lady who needed it in order to live. And we, of course, didn't even bother trying to give it to the guy who needed to pay his debts. Because that seemed like the least of the issues listed there. Because at least the treasure hunter directly offered us something. So we understood what we were getting there. I don't know what the hell that is that we just picked up, but we'll figure that out in a second. Once I'm done breaking all these barrels. There we go. What do we got? Forest root. Remove status anomalies with the exception of poisoning. So it would solve my slow problem, but not so good against the poison, which is the bigger issue. And for those wondering, this is why I haven't been using the earthstones we found, because we need a skilled craftsman. Nothing happens if you try to use them. Otherwise I would have just upgraded my sword a while ago. And it's also just a shitty little short sword. We can definitely find better. Yeah, ta-da! Skeleton. This isn't even the problematic skeleton that's in here. There's a second one in this room. Oh, look at you actually blocking this time. It's adorable. Missed me. It's a lot harder to beat me when I move properly, isn't it? Because this is one of the things that made me realize that whole walking forward and left thing was going to be a real issue, is trying to fight him. Because I couldn't turn left. I could only turn right. Right, effectively. That's the end of that. Just drop some money. There was probably a chance that he might have dropped, like, the sword he had or something, which is what I was really hoping for. Or this time, but no such luck. Which is fine. But I can dream. I can always dream. Now, if I open this box... Ta-da! Armored skeleton. He knows how to stab. Which is more than we know how to do. All we know is swing. Yeah, see, proper movement is a huge help. Oh, look at you doing combo moves, too. You're a fancy boy, ain't you? Ow. Okay, you know what? I deserved that one. That one was on me. Having a bit more armor also is making this fight a lot less of a problem, because he's not taking half my health with a single hit. There we go. Now we got a better shield so we can raise our stats a bit further. is this has 8/8 hit, 3 stab, whereas this was 1/3/1. It is a bit heavier, though. So we've at least picked up one benefit today. Let's go make sure to save so I don't lose this and have to fight him again. Da 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 da. I'm gonna go check those tunnels I was talking about once this finishes saving. Because that seems to be one of the few other viable answers I have, other than going down into that catacomb we were just in. Which I am assuming I'm meant to be down there right now, but that mace man basically knocking a good half of my health off really made me wonder about that, so... We're gonna double check over this way first. I don't remember if there were any barricades here, or if we found something we didn't want to fight, or if we actually dead-ended out over here. This was the first area we went into. There was just a bunch of tunnels full of pillbug monsters over this way. Like this one right here. This was also how we got to the chests that were on the other side of the gate there. Because there was a big old hole in the wall. Dead guy. Did I go the wrong way for the tunnels I was thinking about? I think I went the wrong way. I think the tunnels I wanted were on the other side of the old lady's house, actually. Who I may want to check on at this point, because she said to let her rest a while. And we've been running around a lot since then. But I don't think we've actually hit any actual flags since then, so I don't know if anything will have changed, but we're going that way anyway. There is a part of me that wishes somebody would remake these on the PC with keyboard and mouse support so I could look around better. But at the same time, I feel like that would change these to such a drastic degree that these would become entirely too easy. Because the main difficulty of these is wrestling with the controls, admittedly. Which is not necessarily a good thing. But that's just how that kind of thing works. We can also break all their barrels and see if we find anything good. We found something very good. That's one of those MP restoring mushrooms. So we'll have at least one shot of fireball if we really need it. And another healing item. This was already very worth coming over here for. Now let's check in and see what's what. Have you seen my father? I wonder what he's doing. I hope he comes back soon. Yeah, I don't know who your father is, kid, so I can't really tell you whether I've seen him or not. Neither of you have described anyone to me so far. You're still resting. Okay. I'll come back to you later. Because honestly, she never rewarded me herself. Her daughter is the one that gave us the fire crystal that gave me the fire magic. I think out back from behind this is where I found those tunnels. If I can even get out of here. Help. Oh, that's not where we went before. Hello. So there's another one of these trees here. We haven't actually fought one of these. We passed two of them where the old man died. Ow. This is why you don't try to chop trees down with a sword, kids. It's not effective. Especially not weird magic trees with mouths. Ooh. I don't know what that is, but we have it. So there's a skeleton here. I wonder if this is what became of the man of the house. Mysteries of mysteries. No, it doesn't look like that was an item, so maybe it's a headpiece? No. Oh yeah, I forgot to re-equip the leather shield again. Is it a ring? No. Wrist? Charity bracelet. Clarity bracelet. Sacrifices current mind state in order to clarify magic abilities. Okay. We have 35 MP now. So I think our fireball problems are solved for a little bit. Depends on how much magic the mushroom gives us. All of it. Okay. I just wasted one of them, but we still have 6 more casts of fireball. So that helps immensely, actually. A little weird that it's floating along next to us, but fair play. Let's break this other one just so it's convenient to get in and out. That's the place I was thinking about over there. I knew there were tunnels attached to this place, I just took a wrong turn. See, this is where the red pill bugs are. And I think I saw these and thought better of dealing with them, is what happened. Because they were a lot faster and seemed much more aggressive. Now, we can't actually spend our level ups by choice, but when we level up, we do gain more equip load and things like that. And when our physical goes up, I think we also gain a bit more of that. I'm not certain about that one. Okay, these aren't worth that much. They don't seem too much tougher, they're just faster. So we might have been intended to fight these earlier. Not really sure. Just for context, for those who weren't here the first session, we're basically using the first weapon we got, other than a terrible old wooden club. So we haven't exactly gotten a powerful weapon or anything. And we haven't really been getting stronger, aside from the occasional level ups. And it looks like this is mostly a dead end. Okay. But this actually makes something they said make sense, because the women back in the shack there mentioned that this valley's full of antidotes, and I never figured out where they meant those antidotes to be. Turns out they were all in this hole. Which, I don't know why they said they're in the valley if they're all in this tunnel. But at least I got them. Just keeping up with questions and such that are popping up. Don't mind me. So, good news. We figured out what's connected to this place entirely now. We gained a ton of MP, and we've now gained a slew of antidotes. Which makes that poison place probably a lot less of a problem to deal with. The downside is we probably now need to deal with the poison place again if we are receiving that many antidotes. The big question mark on my mind from that thought, though, is what exactly am I meant to gain from there? Because, we walked through the whole place. And the only thing left in there seemed to be arm guards. So I think I've done things in a wacky order. And I was probably meant to go in there, get the antidotes, then go into the mines, which would have made them suck infinitely less. And then from there, we would have got the pickaxe and taken the pickaxe to the various places we needed the pickaxe for, which would have then gotten us into the catacomb where the guy with the map was. Since we used a fireball to break the fence down there instead of the pickaxe, we got into the catacomb probably out of order slightly. I don't know how much that actually matters. I'm also slightly confused, though, because I remember a tunnel similar to the one that had those red worms in it, but it was full of these guys. And I thought it was around here, but I don't know. It's probably not important. But what I'm thinking is we probably have to go down through Spider Hell now. We can also try burning the webs now that we have excess mana to play around with. Yep, that's what I figured. It burns right through those. Now, the thing is, once we do this, though, we're not going to have much MP for fighting. So I'm probably... no, we should have enough to burn all these and still have a little left. Because there's only one more web left, it looks like. But we also got a real great advantage from the web last time, so... let's actually keep this last web around for a moment. And accept the fact that we're going to get slowed, because I can use the route to unslow myself. Oh, you can go through those. Okay, never mind. The benefits of that are actually null and void. Also, as you might have noticed there, the spiders can poison you. So the antidotes we found are actually of use still. At least for the moment. You son of a bitch. Well, no point in leaving that around, so let's just burn that before anything else goes wrong. Since apparently they aren't actually stopped by it. Their AI was just being real stupid last time. Which, as I've mentioned many a time, I don't mind if the enemy AI decides to be full stupid. It puts us on a more level playing field, considering I can be real stupid sometimes. What did I... Oh! Another spider came out through the hole, I think. Weapon level up. Hello. I did not know there were weapon levels. Hang on. That's new information. Is that a weapon skill? Or... No, the sword itself has a level. Huh. See, I thought it was saying level 1 just because, like, that was the quality of the weapon. Turns out you can make a weapon better just by hitting things with it. Okay. I will not pretend to understand, but I will accept it. This looks neat. Oh, and hey, there's the save point we would have had before if I had went the other way. God damn it. How does this keep happening to me? Oh, right, because I go bullying my way into places I don't belong. Yeah, that makes sense. This looks like it's the right shape for that vial, but it's called a marker, so I don't know. We'll worry about that if we find anything that fits in there. There's also these things, which I assume I need... Yep, we need its twin to go over there, and that'll open that door. Which, from the sound of what's in there, it sounds like a boss is hanging about in there. So that's gonna be a thing. Oh, hey! Dead guy. Dying guy, maybe. Got a big old mace. That monster, so big. I was almost killed. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Oh, you have the key. It's in the door, just ahead. Be careful. I just barely made it here. I can't move anymore. My friend has died. I'm sure he is now a monster himself. He was a good person. I've abandoned my friends. I've failed my country. I can no longer return. I'm tired and hurt. I just want to die. That's a mood. Like, I could give you healing herbs. I could fix you. Or I could fix you the other way. Here, would this help? Nope. Can't actually help you. No, good luck. No one can say I did not try to give them what they wanted. We're gonna save before we put the thing in the door here. As, yikes. Also, I think we've seen his friend. I think that's the blue dead guy that smashed our head with a very similar mace. Controller, please. Well, more often than not, if you're hearing a disconnect, reconnect noise today, it's probably my controller. Because I think this fancy magnetic wire is not perfect. And of course, you know, these controllers with their ports have been a nightmare this whole time. But it seems to be working better for this purpose. So that's why I've been continuing forward with it. Now, was this the way I came in, or was the other way the way I came in? This is the spider tunnel, I think. So we want to go the other way. So I think when we first walked into here, we were not looking at that door, so... Or were we? I've already forgotten. We'll figure it out. Nope, this is the way we didn't go. Oh, this just opens. Huh. I figured that was gonna be locked since it was a fancy door. Different music. Really? Just a chest hanging out here. No trap or anything? This is the same music that was playing in the underground section we went through before. It's also the same lighting and such, so I wonder if this is connected. In fact, I think that's a room we were in before. No, that sure as hell ain't a room we were in before. We've never been in a room with a big old hole in the middle of it like this. Here's something. I wonder if we're supposed to fight the thing behind the key door first, or if we're supposed to go over here first. There's a skeleton. Not liking that idea. If there's skeletons tooling around here, there's probably going to be a whole mess of them that spawn in that room. Don't like that idea. Let's go down here first. See if this thing says something we can read. The great forest warriors lay here. May they rest forever in peace. Well, I've got some bad news for you on that one. You're gonna get up, aren't you? Yep, of course you are. I also had iframes. Fuck you. I probably should save my fireballs for the mace guy, but we have a mushroom, so... Yeah, that fire did a significant amount of damage to him, considering it took us, what, like 8 hits to kill that with just sword before? Though this is sword level 2 now, so maybe the sword's also that much better? I don't know. That's gonna be another one that's gonna get up over there, I think. I also have real mixed feelings about this room in general. You gonna take a swing at me, or are you just gonna hang out? There you go, buddy. Fuck you. Oh yeah, and in keeping with my other thoughts lately, I've been debating lowering my price on Fiverr, since it's not really been getting anywhere. Does anybody have any thoughts on that line of thinking? Because I was debating going down to just 5 per emote instead of the 10 I was starting it with. Because I have since made my work for that simpler. Like, the work is higher quality, but it's quicker and easier for me to do. So I'm wondering if 5 would be a much more reasonable price. And maybe that will encourage people to actually buy things. I'm just also a little worried about underpricing. Because I don't want to be, you know, working for nothing. Yep, those are the mushrooms that spew gas, okay. But these might drop... Oh, God. These might drop mushrooms that'll get us more magic, though. On that note... use a mushroom to get a mushroom. At least in theory. There's one there, so we're guaranteed to get a mushroom back out of this exchange. And this will save us on a lot of healing resources. It's either that or we're gonna get poisoned multiple times, probably. Because I did end up getting the back and forth on the one that was sticking out of the corpse just fine, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to repeat that. So we aren't gonna have enough MP to kill all of these this way. Now without using another mushroom. Which I'd really rather not do. Especially since that one either had another one right behind. Jesus Christ. There are a lot of fucking mushrooms down here, my dude. I think these things also took a bunch of hits to kill. I know, 3. 3's not bad. And they're actually not that bad to melee to death. As long as I don't get too quick and greedy for my own good. Missed it. Missed it again. I'm being antsy because of the other one behind this one. Son of a bitch. Literally just killing these in the hopes that they drop more mushrooms for me to use. So far, they're just dropping pocket change, which is disappointing. Yeah, stay synced up. That means I don't have to worry about one of you hitting me while I was trying to get at the other one. Probably also help a lot if I found the exact edge of this thing's radius. But, you know, it is what it is. I keep forgetting that they start straight off with that. May as well just kill this one before I cure the poison at this rate. And the only reason I'm thinking that these are going to drop the mana mushrooms, by the way, is the fact that the first one we killed down in the mines did drop one. But it would appear that either that one's special, because I think that one was bigger than these are, or I just got very lucky that time. And not so lucky this time. And I guess since the mushrooms cost 300 each, it would make sense for them to be a pretty uncommon drop. Especially from stationary enemies that, unless you're stupid like I am, you probably wouldn't even be getting hit by. Oh, joyous day. Don't you chatter at me. Ow. I assume he takes significantly less damage while he's blocking. You know, fuck you. Well, at least my losses were recouped, that fight. This, I assume... Wait. Oh! I think I know where we are. Or it's an identical room like that one? Hold up. No, this is just an identical room. Okay. This is using the same tile set as that catacomb we were in before. That's why I'm like, that's weird. Actually, you know what it probably is? That gate door there is probably the same gate we were looking at before in that other catacomb. So if we open that, we'd have access to the other side of that one. And we'd have a shortcut back to the shop. I think. Mushroom respawned already. That's upsetting. Let's use one of these. These. I'm gonna go check that door over here. See if my theory is correct. I'm gonna have to get past a lot of bony boys to do it. Pardon me, sir. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is I wasn't gonna be able to scoot up the side there like I wanted to. Yeah, this is the same place, because this is the thing I saw sitting on the ground. Because I was trying to reach that through the fence before. And this is right where the shopkeeper is. So this is actually fantastic. Because now we have easy access to and from down here. You could say that. What is the thing I picked up? Release rock. Opens doors that have been sealed. Okay. The fact that we can sell those is... We can sell the idol to this guy and just be like, you know what, the idol's your problem now. The fact that he's even willing to give me money for that at all just makes me laugh. Is there anything I actually do want to sell on that note? I want to keep the pickaxe because I need that for breaking things open. We can get rid of the other shields now that we got the metal shield. Let's see. That is worth so much money! Like, I'm not selling it right now. But, whew, boy, that is a lot of money. Like, that would be enough to buy wind magic and have a ton of money left over. I'm tempted to buy the Morning Star for a different weapon. 2.2 feet, though, that's shorter than the short sword, so we'd have an even harder time hitting our targets, so probably not. We've already got an iron helmet. I think the only thing we don't have that he's selling here is the iron boots, and we don't really need those. I think for now I'm just going to keep stocking up on more herbs. We don't really need another mushroom. Got 3 antidotes. I'll buy 2 more of those just to make sure we're okay. And then hang on to the rest of the money for now. In case I do end up actually needing to buy another mushroom or something. And we can break all these barrels while we're back here. So I have a suspicion there's not going to be anything I actually want in any of these. Hey, there was 1 herb. Okay. I'll take it. We'll take what I can get. Let's see. I think the door I want is... actually, that's a good question. Which one is the door I want? Let's go this way. So I think it's the one across the way that I actually want. Yeah, because there's the tunnel that leads outside to the other place over there. Skeleton's just going to assemble himself. That's fine. By all means, pull yourself together, Boney. Pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. I should have hit the save point while I was up there at the merchant. That's a bit of hindsight. Ah, well. I'm not sure how I access you, but you know what? This is how I kill you. Ah, never mind. That has a range limit. Don't mind me. I'll just be taking this. So there's more than one of those. Okay. So that also implies then that there'll be multiple sealed doors I need to get through at some point. Which I don't think we've encountered any. Did he shoot me? Why did I just take damage? I'm gonna assume he shot me. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Now, I will admit I do not know how long I'm going to go today, since, as I mentioned before, not exactly a lot of sleep. But I'm going to make do as best I can. I wasn't about to miss a day, just because I was an idiot and stayed up way late. Which, I was intending to counterbalance that by sleeping in today, but my body decided otherwise. And here we are. With me running on like 3 hours sleep and deciding, you know what, let's do Kingsfield anyway. I could have done something simpler, but no. Let's go beat my head against the wall and have, I would like to say, a good time. I do enjoy this game, even if it does genuinely feel like I'm beating my head against the wall sometimes. Just making sure there isn't something on the shelf behind him that I missed last time, but I don't see anything. Now, I dealt with you already, right? That was where the shield was? Yes, okay. So none of y'all are my problem. I guess let's backtrack to the save point that's up here, then. For safety. Because we've done a lot in here now, and I'd really rather not lose all of that work. Oh, I didn't realize there was a door here. Neat. Is this open? No. Must be just a weird stone table. I can't sleep. Okay. Do I want something to do with this? Can I break this? Because when in doubt, default response, hit it. Okay, that didn't work. I suppose I could have tried hitting the stone thing with the pickaxe too, but eh. I find that unlikely to matter. I think that room might just be decoration. The save point was on this side, I believe. If it wasn't, we'll just see it. Oh! He got up as a evil dead guy too. I was gonna say all we'll see is the dying guy, but apparently he died, and now he's up and about as a zombie. So we'll fix him in a second. Let's go save first, and then we'll fix him. Which, I suppose, in a way, he got a happy ending, because he did want to die. And he sure is dead now, and he's gonna be very dead in a minute. Don't get me wrong, that's probably not the real positive ending that he could have gotten, but at least he will be at peace soon. If he doesn't just crack my head like an egg like the other guy did. You haven't gone full blue yet, either. You are definitely out to kill me, though. So you've definitely achieved monster status, just like the other guy. There we go. Uh-huh. He was infested with something. It ran off into the wall. No prize if anybody bets that we're gonna see that again when we knock down the other guy. And most likely, the thing that's in that middle room behind the sealed door is probably what put that in them. Considering they fought it, nearly died, and then became that. Or that thing is running around looking for vulnerable hosts, and that was definitely a vulnerable host as he's laying there nearly dead. Hard to say. Let's go topple the other guy first. Spider. I saw you up there this time, you little shit. Sneaky little bastard. It's like, you'll notice this guy's full blue in the face, glowing eyes and everything, because he's been like this longer, I presume. He also swings a little bit quicker. Probably because whatever is controlling him is more used to its host body at this point. Aside from navigating, it doesn't seem to understand navigation very well yet. Missed it. Oofa. You've got 2 swings. Okay. Die. Yep, there it goes. Off into the wall, just like the other one. No Morning Star, which is a little sad. Something's making awful noises around here. I don't know if that's picking up on the capture enough or not. Okay. Don't like that. That's gonna get up. That right there in the middle of the screen, that's gonna get up and try to kick my ass. Almost certain. Huh? I think we entered a new area, considering the music changed. I did not expect it to light up like this when I walked in here. Okay. Okay. No? You're not gonna get up and try to kick my ass? Huh. He is actually, in fact, just a dead guy. Surprising. We definitely want to keep our eyes on the walls, though, considering those arrow traps. Don't know if there's gonna be more of those. He sounds so close, but I'm gonna... Yep, he's right there. I was gonna say, I'm gonna guess he's right around the corner. Ow. Yeah, that side swing does a lot more damage than his vertical. Which is kind of nasty, considering the horizontal comes out faster, too. Let's just fireball our problems away there. There goes a bug again. Is it my imagination, or was that one bigger? I wonder if they grow inside the host bodies. Maybe eventually we'll run into just big versions of those that popped out of bodies. Because they've fully grown. Guardian's Chamber. Okay. Presumably there's a bow in this game, considering we're finding arrows laying around. I don't like that. No, sir, I don't like that. But, can I have these? No? Those aren't for me? That's probably just a lesson in, hey, this is how you deal with this. Okay. Hmm. No? Hmm. I'm not scared, but I have concerns and questions. And I get the feeling I'm not gonna like the answer. This is a long damn walkway. And I think all it did was loop. Yep, it sure did. Interesting. And this just puts me in between those walkways. Yeah. Hmm. Binding pedestal. Oh, that's what's keeping those from wandering all about. Which means as soon as I take this... Yep. Yep, I've done a bad. I done did a bad. I should not have done that. I saw a shiny thing and I had to take it. Oh yeah, he mad. He real mad at me now. And I'm assuming I can't put him back either. Hi, you have an axe. You too are a problem. You are, however, less of a problem than the other guy. Unless you have a faster swing than that. Oh, you do. You were doing something else there. Okay, that's not that much faster. I am at least faster than you. There we go. You gonna drop that? Nope. Okay. And there's nothing here. I wonder why this was guarded. There's writing over here, though. Heeding the wise sage words, we set all the guardians free. We have nothing to regret. But you didn't set them all free. I just released the last one. Binding crown binds the movement of the city's guardians. So what is the point to me having taken that? Am I meant to, like, put that on a different one of these? That does do something. But that, I think, is where the broken one was. So why would we release the functional one and put the crown somewhere else? Also, what do you do, buddy? Do you just, like, try to punch me? Hi. You just big chillin'? Ooh! He is not chilling. I also thought he wasn't gonna reach me with that punch. That's why I stepped back when he reeled his arm back. Turns out he reaches further than I thought, and, we didn't lose too much, I don't think. Because I think I did tap that save point again before getting into that position. Or, no, because that was before we killed all the mace men, though. At least I think it was. But rather than poking our nose where it doesn't belong over there... Is this guy gone? Okay, I did get rid of this guy. So let's go try the thing that's in the locked room. Since I'm assuming the game's intending me to fight that at this point, considering we got the key already. Now, mind you, just because the game's intending me to do something doesn't mean it's a good idea. But we have a ton of herbs, so it's probably okay. I need to be closer. What do you mean nothing happened? There we go. I had to be standing in just the right spot. Oh. What's in the box? Oh, my lord. That's a big spider. You know, out of all the things I expected to find, this wasn't it. I expected some kind of weird bug thing. I was not expecting a spider for some reason. And I cannot for the life of you tell you why a spider was a surprise here. But it was. Come up for your butt. Is it my imagination, or is he rotating faster and faster the more damage I'm doing to him? Or is it rubber banding because of how far to the side I'm going? Can't tell. But I appear to only be able to hit the actual butt of the spider. Oh. He was not that strong. And he gave me new magic. Neat. Altar of Heal... Ah, this is the altar that the guy was talking about. And the spider living here is probably what jammed up the works. Okay, okay. Water crystal. We now know water magic. I don't know why the magic tab doesn't do anything. Wait. What? Why am I not learning water magic? There we go. It was just being weird. Magic learned. Looks like it also restored our... It restored our MP and gave us more max MP. Okay. We now know purity. Neutralizes poison in the body by working with moisture in the air. Nice. So now we don't need antidotes anymore. Or, at least we don't need them as badly. So that's convenient. But, I do have concerns still. Now, the question becomes... Is there anything we can actually do with this now? Or do we have to go somewhere else and have something happen? I don't know. Wait. Oh, okay. I was about to say, was there 2 doors coming out of that thing, or was I crazy? Answer is I was crazy. Because remember, as mentioned before, brain running on fumes, even with the energy drink going in me, it's a little iffy at the minute. So let's see. Dealt with the giant spider in here. Where do I think I can go from here? Because where the guardians are seems dangerous. We might have to go there. But I'm also trying to decide what killing that spider actually did for us, aside from teaching us an antidote spell. Because there's also the question of what that purity marker thing does. This is back where we went to get in here in the first place. I'll kill the spider anyway because it's here. It's 10 more gold and, you know, another bit of experience, so never hurts. That's the save room again. So we've learned a few things. Well, we have, but we haven't, I guess, actually, is the more accurate statement there. I disagree. Like, the fact that he could go for that swing when he's not even facing me is upsetting. I get that it would work in a physical sense, but I do not have to be happy about it. It's a good thing we saved. Still not really sure why the slight weird blurring that's happening to everything is happening. I was gonna try to be cheeky and hit him off the ceiling. On the bright side, we have more MP now, so I can more freely fireball this guy, too. To hopefully avoid getting smashed into the next dimension. There goes the bug infesting him. Which, you know, that does lead to the point of, we now don't know why those guys have the bug infestation either, because those aren't spiders that are coming out of these people. They're more like roach-looking things. Okay, yeah, it is covering the whole area. I was gonna say, I wonder if I could sneak under these, but no, I think that's the point, is that you're not meant to be able to get past those without doing something, which that might be what the Binding Crown is meant to do in the right position, is turn those off. My intent was to hit him with one more fireball once he got close and then swing at him, but as you saw, he died to that fireball. Hmm? Ow. What? Oh, there's an archer up there. Okay, I thought the circle had somehow hurt me looking at it. I'm like, okay, that's a bad thing. Got it. No, there's an archer, so let's find out what this thing fucking does then. Hello, Dr. Creams, and so far, so good. Still figuring a lot of things out, but you know. We are surviving for the most part, aside from when a guardian punched me in the forehead. They do hit rather hard. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ow. But how you doing? I've played a fair share of them, yeah. I never finished King's Field 1, but I've done Shadow Tower, Shadow Tower Abyss, Eternal Ring. Basically most of the series and the things attached to this series, just not this one or the first one. I have played the first one, just never finished it. Shadow Tower is what got me into the series. I still have my disc of it over there, or on my shelf. I'm glad you're doing well. And which one would that be that I missed? Because I may have just not listed it. Okay, those are fragile. I have seen Ultima Underworld 1 played all the way through. And I think I do actually have a copy of 2 laying around in a digital form somewhere in my hard drives that I grabbed, I think, on GOG. I just haven't gotten around to them. I have heard good things, though. Oh, I can imagine. That auto turn must be awful. Always good. Which, if you haven't seen it, by the way, and you want a more modern take on this, Lunacid is very good. It's not finished yet, but what's available is very good. It's straight up designed as a successor of sorts to these games. Okay. I will keep that in mind. I feel like I should not have released the thing I've just pulled that lever to release. But, well... Monomyth I don't know much offhand for. Here, I'll get you a link for what I'm talking about. I've also spoken to the dev on this one. And they are also good people, so... I have played Arx Fatalis, though I've never really finished it, and it's kind of a pain in the butt to get running well right now. Otherwise, I would have been covering it. But that's the game I'm talking about. But that's a good successor to the genre. It's still in early access, and they just released another area for it, which I need to go back and look at some point. I after a fashion I did, but it still was giving me fits. I did eventually get it working. I just haven't actually sat down and played it because I was very aggravated with it by the time I fixed the damn thing. So I just kind of let it chill a bit, and then I'll get around to it. I have so many games on my plate. It kind of is insane. Well, this room seems like a lot of fun. That said, I see a great convenient option here, if this'll reach. Will, but I need to aim better than that. Really? I didn't have any issues with it. It felt fantastic to me. And they've been actively working on it, so whatever issues you may have had with it might be better now. That's okay. That's a whole other thing. I thought you were having, like, technical problems with it. There's also Dread Delusion, but that's more in line with, like, an Elder Scrolls game, kind of. Yeah, I do remember seeing that, and I was a bit annoyed about that change, but I also understood. Because I was breaking the hell out of the speed stat and the air control and everything you could get in that. Well, again, it's early access. I'm willing to give some leeway for it not being done yet, for things being bare bones. That could always get better. But I do agree with you in its current state. This is obviously a trap. Yeah, that's fair. Still don't know what the deal with that is. So there's an arrow trap in there that keeps shooting me. An arrow trap there that we haven't dealt with yet. And if we go down the other hallway and take the binding crown out of there, then the guardian punches me in the face. Got a lot of problems and not a lot of current solutions. Okay. Felt like I was moving slow, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't still holding the pickaxe. There's still that guy stumbling around over there. Yeah, it's easy to miss some commands in a game like Ultima Underworld. But at the same time, people should, you know, actually make sure they understand the game they're playing. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Which, don't get me wrong, I've been guilty of that on multiple occasions. But if I run into a problem, I then, you know, go and read the manual. But I do like to try to figure it out first, and then manual afterwards. But, you know, if you're gonna complain, you probably should know what you're talking about before you complain. Sadly, in this world, there's not enough of that. There's a lot of wah. Oh, I'm wrong? Wah anyway. There we go. There's another one of the spooky bugs. One day we'll find a bow to go with these arrows. If we live that long. But I'm going to go out on a limb and assume this is one of your favorite genres, considering the amount of experience you sound like you have with these. Which, I can't say this is my main genre, but it's up there. Oh, absolutely. I would agree on top 3 for myself as well. I'm still in the camp that I think a good Metroidvania is probably still my #1 choice. Even though I still hate that genre name. I really do kind of hate that genre title, but I get why it's used, so I just have to roll with it. Yeah, a lot of those all scratch similar itches, right? That's the feel I get, usually. That they kind of fall into a similar line of thought. Okay. Still bugs me that this particular spot was the one that was guarded, whereas all the rest of these have nothing watching them. Yeah, exactly. They're low effort when you feel like putting low effort in, but if you want to put in more effort, your effort's rewarded. That's the satisfying piece, is the fact that your effort is rewarded. Because there are so many games out there that you could put a ton of extra effort in and you get nothing out of it. Just like, okay, you've done the thing. Good job? Hmm. Can I, like, hurt this thing before I activate it? No. It doesn't really exist currently. I know as soon as I move that binding crown, you're gonna try to come kick my ass. Hmm. There's also something... Oh, no. Those are the arrow traps on the other side of the door. Or way there. See, Terraria I kept at decently, but it was also brand new at the time. So I think that's what helped it for me. And Factorio I've managed to hold together, but mostly by modding the hell out of it and just seeing what people have done with it. That's held it together for me for a bit, but I can absolutely see getting bored with those. Because I've tried going back to Terraria. Even though I love the game, I just cannot really do it anymore. It kind of ends up being a one and done, at least for doing the whole bit anymore. Hmm. That's a fair call, yeah. And I agree, you can't turn the biters off. It removes the whole point. Is the main point to Factorio is balancing your automation with protecting yourself. That's the whole idea. I get that people want to focus fully on the automation aspect, and if that works for them, that's fine. That's just never going to be how I would do it. Now, if I move that binding crown, we know we get a problem. The question becomes, where do I then put the binding crown? My instincts are telling me put it where the skeleton was guarding. Problem with that is there's nothing there. Because I think the statue with the arrows in the eyes is next to this one. It's the one step to the right. So there's basically two different logics I see here. Put the crown where there is something, or put the crown where they put a guard. And there's also the question of, how am I going to deal with the Guardian himself to begin with? There's something I want to try. Take the crown out. He's now activated. If I put the crown back, does he stop? He does. Except he can punch me through the window. Okay. To be fair, I deserved that for trying to be sneaky, and I was gonna keep activating and deactivating him and throwing fireballs at him through the window so he couldn't do anything. So I deserved to get punched for that. That one was fair. Even though he probably shouldn't be able to reach through there. I accept that on the grounds of I was going to start doing something stupid. So, I'll take that. And that is raising the real question in my mind of, is that just an instant kill, or am I just that fragile right now that it feels like an instant kill? Because we were missing health, I think, still, so it could go either way on that one. And, you know, getting punched with a fist the size of you probably is a problem. You know, not sure where I get crazy ideas like that from. But I get the feeling we're gonna be dying here a bunch while I do science to figure out what to do with this situation. Wait. Did I not kill the big spider in this reality? Or is there something else around here that makes that much noise? I have tried Vagrant Story. I have not finished it. I have not tried its sequel. I think there is a Vagrant Story 2, or am I thinking of a... There's two different, very similarly named things. And I've tried both of them. One has a sequel, the other doesn't. And right now, my mind is blurring between the two of them a little bit. Because you're talking the action RPG game, right? Whereas there's also the strategy RPG one with a very similar name. And that yeah, it's Vandal Hearts that I'm thinking, I think. As opposed to Vagrant Story. Vagrant Story, I think, is only one game, and then Vandal Hearts had a sequel. But for some reason, my brain keeps crossing those two. even though they have nothing to do with each other. It's kind of wild to think of all the things that are ever so slightly touching into Final Fantasy. I mean, I can't say you're wrong. As much as I would like to with that statement, I cannot say that that sentence is wrong. Because it starts with a V, and then it has another word, and then it's on the same console. Time that wrong. The thing is, there's a lot of layers to that, because I also, I think, found out about both of them at the same time. Because neither of them were games I ever had growing up. Yeah. It went the wrong way. And you know, with all the herbs I'm carrying, you would think I would be using them to top off my health so I stop getting one-shot by things. Okay, that was just an impressive miss on my part. Well done, me. Way to not hit it where you were aiming at all. I keep forgetting he can reach that far. I keep thinking he'll cut off just short of that spot. You say that as if we really can have builds in this game that much. We don't really have that kind of control. Game? Oh, my controller lost connection because the wire slipped. There we go. Because it's one of those funky magnetic wires, so sometimes if I tilt it wrong, it just gets real angry. Like, I think if you sat here and really grind it out, you probably could end up with a build of some kind. Oh, I don't even know where to start with that list. Because therein lies the problem is, I've got a list that goes for days of things I should get back to at some point, or haven't tried, or want to. Honestly, I'm the kind of person that tends to, once I've beaten a game, I'm done. I don't redo it no matter how much I like it. Because too much of it stays in memory. A lot of what appeals to me with a game is new experiences and not knowing what's coming. I've been replaying most of the like the GBA Castlevanias and the DS ones, but that's mostly for the channel's purpose, not necessarily because I absolutely wanted to replay them. I do really like those games, but it's more for show-off purposes than because I just wanted to replay them. I did it again. Because I keep thinking in terms of, oh yeah, he won't be able to swing because the wall is there, forgetting walls have no meaning. I'm getting a little frustrated with myself because my tired brain is not doing what I want it to. Because this is what happens when you try to do something like this on 3 hours sleep, powered by an energy drink. You will end up fighting yourself the entire way. life choices were made. Somewhat. It would occasionally work, but they had to be very, very close to the wall for it to actually take the hit detection and not let them through. I have seen it, but it is very rare. You are correct that it is not likely. Whereas if you were within a country mile of a wall, you bounce off and you're just sad. You were definitely better off trying to manipulate their AI into not understanding how to get around a wall than trying to use it to stop their swing. Thankfully, these guys just really love to walk into the wall. Yeah, you know the pain well already. Yeah. Bloodborne was a lot nicer about things actually not getting stuck. So am I crazy for feeling like that was a different team that made that game? So I don't remember if it ever was actually stated one way or the other whether that was a different team within the company or if that was actually the same people. Because, like, it was, of course, the same company, and it's definitely its own thing. Just, the choices made in it are so different that I wonder if it was literally made by different people. And that's where the changes come from. Because, like, Elden Ring feels like they kind of ended up between the two a bit. And that's what makes me wonder. And then there's the whole thing with Sekiro being a very different beast. Yeah. Which I will say, they tend to do pretty well with their world building in general, as long as you're willing to sit there and find all of it. But that tends to be what turns a lot of people away, is the fact that they have to go digging for all of the information. Which, I'm the opposite. Let me find these things. Controller, please. Yeah... That is the thing that went wrong, and... Interesting. The controller is now plugged in and behaving, but not interacting with the emulator anymore. Bear with me a second, I have to fight with this. The only reason I'm using this controller is because this setup has been having a weird issue where the Xbox One controller I've been using for most things, because it stays connected better, refuses to walk forward and left in this game. I might have to do full reset. So I'm just going to drop a save state here so I don't have to fight with things. Bear with me 1 second while I just restart the whole stupid thing. It really has no chill most days, if I'm honest. It's gotten so much better than where it was. But my god, if it wants to be a pain in the butt, it's gonna be a big pain in the butt. Like, I remember the earlier days of that. See, I've had a couple odd issues with DuckStation now and then. Nowhere near as bad as the other PS1 emulators out there, but it has definitely had its moments occasionally. But I think that was also my own fault because I was tinkering with it in ways I probably shouldn't have been. So I probably just made everything really mad at me. As I do. I will say, though, it is definitely probably the best emulation setup that's out there. There's a reason why a lot of the stuff for PCSX2 looks a lot like DuckStation now. I don't know if you've noticed that, how similar those two are becoming. And ever since that similarity came to play, PCSX2 has run a lot better. But you are correct, it is incredibly user-friendly. Yeah, exactly. They've started working together. Can I actually hurt you? I can hurt you. Okay. Maybe I should just try to fireball you to death and not think about this. And I will say, in recent years, Dolphin's also come a long way from where it was before. Because I remember that being a nightmare to get working. These days, it is pretty smooth. It's got some odds and ends here and there, but it performs pretty well for anything in that line that you need. You know what I've noticed still hasn't gotten good with emulation, though? The N64. The N64 is still a shit show half the time. And that's not counting any of the Xbox stuff, because that's a mixed bag in general. But I think part of the issue with N64 emulation is just how much of an odd duck of a system the N64 was to begin with. Because there were some choices made with that system. Like, it's bad when you can emulate something like the 3DO more consistently than the N64. A system people probably have no reason to really care about, and yet it works better. I'm having some real concerns whether this thing can actually die. In about a fireball or two, we're about to run out of MP at all. And it is not yet dead. Yep, I'm pretty confident we're not meant to be killing that. At least, not conveniently or conventionally. So we have a problem here. I could put the binding crown back in. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't kill you. Yeah, you know, you just hit it with enough that you eventually break the weapon, and now you know it doesn't work. See, that joke could have worked for multiple of these. My first thought was Eternal Ring when you said that, but I definitely see it for Shadow Tower too. So what am I going to do about this big boy over here? Because I'm pretty confident fighting it ain't gonna work. Putting the crown back will work, but that doesn't accomplish anything. And it wouldn't make any sense for putting the crown back to, like, make the other one help us or in some way. The one with the arrows in its eyes. which is right here. Not really. Considering he's blocking the only doorway and we have no invisibility or anything, so that's not really a viable choice. I could try hitting him with the pickaxe, but that really wouldn't help anything. Let's try putting the crown here and see if anything happens. Nope, he's still sitting there. That didn't do anything. Those crowns are also meant to stop something moving, not make it move. Well, he's very aggro already, is the thing. He's active. He moved as far towards us as he can. That's the only reason he's not moving. And the second I get any closer to him to make him attack, we'll just get hit and die. What I think the issue is we're missing something. I think we're not supposed to be doing this bit right now, because you gotta think. That one's got 2 arrows sticking out of its eye slit. And it's inactive. I'm betting we need the bow that's presumably somewhere around in order to deal with this problem. So what I'm going to do is put him back, and we're going to go look around for that bow. Because the other statue having the arrows in it is a very obvious clue, I would say. Considering this, you know? That just makes sense to me. Because the fact that it does flash when it's damaged tells me it can be hurt. It just may be that we're hurting it the wrong way. Because you'll notice, can't even interact with it damage-wise when it's not active, as we discovered before. For shits and giggles, I'll equip the pickaxe and see if that actually hits it, because it is made out of stone. Nope, goes right through him too. And I'm not going to keep this reality at this point, because we burnt way too much magic for nothing. Unless I find something incredible before or I get myself killed. What this tells me, though, is that this side is currently unhelpful. Because the only thing in here is that binding crown. But the thing that's bugging me about this whole side as well is, what's the point to the binding crown to begin with? What do I want it for? Because presumably the idea is that you take the binding crown with you somewhere. But we've not seen anywhere to put it. So what's the point? Yeah, that's where the logic starts to fall apart a little bit. And it's entirely possible that that might just be a trap room. You may not be meant to do anything with that. It's just to kill you. It's like, you would think it would be involved with something to do with stopping these. But I'm not really sure how it would interact with that at all. Unless there's something ridiculous, like you're meant to lure the Guardian in there and use him as a human shield or something. You know what, I'm just not gonna tango with you. There's also this room that's just shooting arrows constantly. We can try to just tank our way through this and see what we find. This is why I stopped using this controller. Is the port on it is absolutely awful at this point. I've been using and abusing this controller for a very long time. And the charging port is gone on it. And I currently do not have an adapter to use it as Bluetooth, otherwise I'd be using it. I didn't get a full charge on that one, but I wanted to just get another hit in. These stairs are fucking with me. Yep, that's what I was afraid of, is I was gonna mismeasure that because of the stairs at some point. And I know I could shortcut an item, but costs a bunch. Yeah, the reason why I haven't done anything about my controller problems is I have a bank account of $0. That's been the constant issue. Otherwise, I would have replaced this with a far better controller a long time ago. That's why I'm just making do with the ones I have left at this point. Which, if it weren't for the weird can't move forward and left issue for some reason in this specific game, on that one controller, because this Amazon Basics controller right here, perfect for literally everything except this specific game. It's not even a PCSX issue. Just this game does not detect forward and left correctly for reasons I have yet to figure out. Through numerous bits of testing and fiddling, I could not get it to behave. Only in that specific direction. Even the D-pad on it does not take forward and left properly. And yet in any other game in this emulator, it works fine. Any other game on this system works fine. It's the strangest issue. And I cannot find information on it anywhere because I don't think anybody else has ever had this fucking problem. Because as usual, I find the most unique broken things. It's like, I thought maybe something was wrong with the dead zone. Tried that. Didn't work. Tried maybe something was off with the sensitivity. Tried that in every way I could. Didn't get anywhere with that either. It is the strangest thing. Ow. Like, if this disconnects again, I will just swap back to that controller and I'll show you what I mean. Which is exactly when it's going to start behaving suddenly, and I'm just going to throw it across the room, but, you know. At least then it'll work. Yes. I tried full recalibration 3 separate times. Because I figured, okay, maybe I fucked something up in the... Really? Now, did I miscount the number of hits? Because I feel like he should have died on that hit. So either I didn't have a full charge on one of those and I missed it, or I just got incredibly unlucky there. The good news is we figured out where we need to go. I tried it through Windows, I redid it through PCSX2. As just a shits and giggles move, I even redid it through Steam, because I've seen that have weird connections with other things as well, and none of those options changed anything. Is, you know what the controller shows just fine in? Everything. It shows up fine in all testing, everything looks perfectly fine with that controller. Until I try to move in just this specific game. It is just such a specific fucking thing. It blows my mind. I tend not to bother just so things update, but when it starts getting annoying, I do turn it off. Because usually it doesn't interact in any way that's a problem. Every now and then, though, it does some weird... Because I have way too many things built up. So in order to keep all of that in line, I tend to just let it sit there and update anything it needs to. Because otherwise, I'm going to have like a mile of updates to do anytime I reopen it. Getting real tired of these mace men. Is the issue I'm running into now is I'm getting tired of dealing with them, which is making me impatient. Yeah. And that would work, except for the fact that it'll be real stiff moving with the keyboard for this, since it's designed for the stick. I have tried that with some other PS2 games. This wouldn't be as bad as some of them, because you don't really need the right stick for anything. But it'll feel a bit strange. It is a good thought, though. I'm going the wrong way. I feel like if I was gonna do that, with how stiff that ends up being, I'd be better off just going back to the I can't turn left properly problem. Which I did try switching the controls so that the strafing would be on the stick, because that worked properly. But it was such a... It was such a change to make at that point. Okay, hang on. One sec, guys. I'm going to swap controllers. Just gonna rip that off of there and call it good for the second. I'll deal with that in a minute. This is why I left this one plugged in. I just need to swap bindings right quick. And this is when, after redoing all of this for the upteenth time, it's gonna suddenly work. And I will be very unsure whether to be happy or not. Because we've all had that moment where something just magically is working now, and you have no idea why. Moment of truth. Yeah, see? Notice how the left turn is hitching? That's the issue it's always been having. There's a certain space when I'm going up and left where it just stops taking it. Notice, as I try to move the wire around and not knock the can over, this very specific angle, which is, of course, the natural angle you try to go forward and left at, it stops taking the input. Anywhere around that is okay. That one specific spot stops dead. Only in this. It's so weird. Like, there's a very big part of my brain that is fascinated by this issue. I have no means of doing that on the right side unless I rebind things to this stick. In fact, that's a good shout. Let me try binding it to the right stick. I'm not going to be able to play it that way because my hands... Because I won't be able to use the face buttons while moving with the right stick unless I hold the controller like this or something. But I can try that thought. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't do it at all to the right. I'll show you. See? Spins perfectly, and direct upright goes perfectly in loops. It's only to the left. But your point... The point I ended up reaching because of you saying that does have merit. Is that'll prove whether it's an issue with the stick itself or something that it's trying to read. Hang on, you're gonna have to give me a second because of what I just did. So I forgot to unbind the right stick normally. So now it's trying to do both at the same time. But it looked like it was moving forward and left properly. No? As you'll notice, so it's not a physical stick issue. Because it does the same thing with this, and it does the same thing with the D-pad some of the time. The D-pad is mostly okay. Because it's very hard for it to have that very specific angle. Yeah, I'll try what you're asking in a second here. I just need to do a rebind to fix what I did. And there's not really specific variants to this. I can just swap these manually by hand to various places. The problem is, you only have the options they give you to swap between, and I don't think it can actually land... Yeah, no, it never actually touches the sticks at all. I had no problem with the standard options in Abyss. I used them just fine. I have actually never rebound the controls in any of these personally. Nope, this one in particular does not have presets. Which is bizarre. Is the fix I had originally done was I swapped the strafing buttons and the turn left and turn right buttons. But the problem persisted, kind of. Yes. And I do remember seeing that and using it. And you know what's funny? By default, notice what the right stick in this game does. You can actually look up and down with the right stick in this, but for some reason it doesn't have the turning over here. And you can't put the turning over here. This game is full of weird decisions. It's like, that's not an option you can enable. That's just a thing it by default does. That you can look up and down with the right stick in this game. And also with the triggers. But why isn't turning on this stick if this is here by default? That's what blows my mind. You would be correct to do so, but the problem would end up being trying to turn and fight at the same time would get annoying. Because I'd have to turn, press a face button, or switch to, like, claw holding, like doing this, which I don't particularly care for. But now you'll notice my left turns are going to be real strange. I don't know why I'm saving again, but I walked towards save statue, therefore brain says save game. All that progress we made walking around in circles. And that's the other thing. Back and left is fine. I just can't go forward and left. I like where your head's at with that, and I'd be a lot happier with that reality if I could ever actually use my shield. Because that's another difference between this and a bunch of the other Kingsfield games. You can't use your shield. There is no use shield button. The shield just exists as a stat item. Which is another weird thing. Like, it just keeps having layers upon layers of weird things. See, I don't mind that, because I've never been one to use a shield much myself. I definitely see their utility and the fact that they're useful. It's just a personal thing that I just tend not to use them. I've always been more the player that will try to avoid rather than trying to block. As you can see, the future has refused to change. You ever get the feeling you're going nowhere? I definitely am. So many good things went to the grave, all in the name of balance. Yeah. They fiddle a lot with things. And sometimes I agree with what they do. Because there are some choices that they've made that are good. But yeah, there's a lot of bad choices that happen. See, I would believe that. I would absolutely believe that. I've never dug deep enough into any of the information for that to confirm that enough for myself to groundedly agree with that, but the logic is sound there. With the decisions they've made, I would absolutely believe that being true. See, you're actually gonna have to explain the issue a bit with that one. Because I think I know what you're talking about with that, but yeah, that's the part I understood, was that dark magic was always really way too good. So, I've also always been in the camp of magic in the Souls games has always been really strong. Yes, some magic gets the stick, depending on which game it is. But generally, as a average rule, the magic systems in those are pretty strong. And I can see why they do it to a degree. Because it's kind of meant to be or at least based on my impressions of it, it's kind of meant to be a low magic environment, so magic would of course be very potent. Yeah. They have their limits in certain situations where they have to accept the fact that they need to fix something. But that doesn't always play out. Now, here's an important question, though. In which environment are you having an issue with the way dark damage works? Are you having an issue with it because of the fact that it's used commonly in invasions, or are you just speaking in terms of just base mechanic of game? It's an issue. Okay. Just checking on that because I know where the angling on some of that can come from, so I'm just taking a check on that one. Because a lot of the time, at least for me personally, I don't care if something's broken in single player because of the fact that I have the personal option of just not using it. Things being broken in multiplayer matter more because that can disrupt people's experience of a game by giving someone else an unreasonable advantage because they choose to use the broken thing. Yeah, exactly. You're on the same page I am with that. Yeah. No, it ruins the gameplay if people are just running around with easy win button. You are 100% correct. But I've also come to the conclusion that if you're playing a Souls game for the PvP, you have chosen to dive into a toxic pool. Because of the way those are designed. Now, I see your logic there. And the math checks out, and the logic is sound. But unfortunately, game devs don't always work on logic. In fact, very frequently they don't. They will do what suits their vision of what they're doing. And there's not a lot to do around that. Just getting that out of the way before I forget to respond to that. Because invariably, brain will be stupid and I will forget to reply. And then people will be upset. There's a lot that are a problem about caring only for money. That is true. Especially on the larger schemes. Because, you know, monetization has gotten up more than a little bit out of hand in this day and age. Like, the amount of things that are being made DLC that, honestly, probably could have just been an update. Just because of the amount that is added by them. Like, personally, I don't mind DLC as a concept as long as the DLC is valuable. But there's a lot of DLC that's put out for like 20 bucks, just as a throw a number out example. And more often than not, those DLCs are worth like $5 in the actual math. I wouldn't go that far, but it may be that you've been hitting a lot of bad marks. I will wholeheartedly agree that purchasing anything new is a crapshoot in terms of whether it'll be buggy or not. That is a guaranteed fact. It is a crapshoot to buy any game that's been made in at least in the last 3 years. I don't know if I'd say 5. Because so many things are just being pushed out as soon as possible, rather than being finished. Which, for smaller developers, that's fine. That's forgivable because they probably do actually need the money in order to finish development. But larger studios doing it is where it starts getting a bit shaky. Because they more than likely have the budget to have finished it. They just push it out early because they can. Yeah, I was debating mentioning Underworld Ascendant, but I figured that wasn't gonna go well, so I just left that thought behind. Because I do own that, and I did not play that much of it. You know, there's just those things that are understood that don't need to be mentioned. So the pickaxe doesn't work on these boxes, but the fireball does. That one also was a waste to do, but interesting. Did I just see a shoe come through that wall right here? I saw a mace. Yeah, it's probably the hitboxes, because I can't actually get close to those, and they're really low. So I'm probably going just, like, right above it. There's more of them. Maybe if I, like, go for the corner. Also, I gotta love how I can press interact and it'll tell me that it's a wooden box. Because, you know, that's useful information. Wooden box. Unkillable fucking wooden box. It's not like I can duck or anything. This is as... Also, look at this. This is as close as I can get to it. Look at the distance between me and this box. Old games, man. Old games. No. Not that I've ever been able to have happen. Because I've tried strafing and attacking and all that, and he usually just does vertical swings. All the King's Fields, for the most part, have been like that. I think Shadow Tower Abyss might have had different directional attacks. I don't remember if original Shadow Tower had them or not. Which you would think I'd remember. Yeah. They do kind of run together. As much as I like this whole series, you could show me screenshots of like 3 of them, and I wouldn't be able to tell you which one's which unless I see something specific in it. Okay, this is how we're supposed to get around that arrow trap without getting just the shit shot out of us. We're supposed to go up here and jump down. That's also fair. So I assume that's one you've spent a long time with, so it's gonna be your big memory with this type of game. You know what? How about I just go around you? Ow. Okay. Is it more recent then that's kicking your memory the most? Ah, okay. There are some that are older than that, but I don't know if they're actually any good. Because there's definitely other instances of pieces of this concept. I'm trying to remember... Is a lot of the dates and times for when things were made is what's blurring in my head right now. That's why I'm not able to be like, yes, this is an answer. Okay, I love that as a concept. I love that as a concept. Yeah, see, the unfortunate thing of telling me it's pre-Doom assumes I remember what year Doom came out, because my memory for years is terrible. Like, obviously, Doom is way back there. But exactly where, I do not remember. But no, it was a big thing for anything to be real-time 3D in that era. You are correct. See, I always hesitate with the sentence of no other game had insert thing here. Because there have been numerous cases where that concept has been brought up, and then eventually somebody pulls this relic out from the fucking ether, and it's like, well, no, this had this before it. There are still things out there that never got any recognition, got noticed at all, and things like that, that could be buried in time somewhere. But yes, I'm sure that in any kind of actual conventional knowledge, that is probably the only one people can think of. I am looking at extreme edge case, is why I'm saying that. Because I am one of those very paranoid hedge bet people as far as generalizations go. So that's not a statement to disagree with your thought. That's just, this is my angle on things. Which is absolutely excessive. I think... Yeah, that... It's always a jarring thing to see something that's wildly ahead of its time. Because you wonder, well, if they did it, why didn't anybody else do it? You know, it becomes a whole line of questions of how did this become what it is in this time span instead of earlier, later, etc. Because it takes away a lot of the excuses that get made in some cases as well. If there's something that exists with certain mechanics and then they try to claim limitations on something else that's in the same era. Good to see that you're still here. There's a lot of crazy talk happening right now, but I'm also very invested in this conversation. You know, honestly, I would agree with that statement. Or, let me caveat that. Definitely in these eras like we're talking about now, and even like in the Kingsfield old times and such, they definitely did not play much of their competition or touch much in general, I think. These days, there's a lot more commingling in that regard. A lot of game devs have actually played other things, and that's where a lot of ideas end up coming from, which is where you see a lot of bleed over of concepts. But at the same time, I don't know how many... How do I phrase this? That's another thing that keeps kicking me a bit, is how do I phrase certain things, both so the sentence makes sense, and I can't be immediately made to sound like an idiot. Of course, you know, I'm now running around with a bucket on my head, so all bets are kind of off on that. How did this end up unequipped? I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree that there are a lot of cases of exactly what you're talking about there. What I'm more meaning is you can tell the difference between the two, usually by whether the concept is well done or not. If a concept is well done and they didn't run into those faults, you can probably bet that they have actually had experience with the mechanic. Whereas the ones like you're describing that clearly didn't understand what they were adding, those are the ones who just stole it wholesale and thought they knew what they were talking about. And mind you, I'm also not saying what I'm pointing out is the general rule. Your statement is more likely to be the average rule. I'm speaking more from the side of I've spoken to some devs on a personal level, and I know they play other things. So I know there are at least some that actually do that. But of course, you said most, so you were already safe on that angle either way. I think there is at least one other one where you can do decent haggling. What was it? 'Cause I know there's a survival game coming eventually that has a shopkeeping element, but I don't think the haggling's quite there yet for that one. That's Sailblazers, which is a decent enough game, but you don't get as much of a haggling experience there. And I think it's Potionomics has a whole haggling mechanic, but it's not true haggling of actual, like, business haggling. It's more of, like, a mini-game. I don't know about that one. I'm more worried that a lot of the good ones have retired. If I'm honest. Like, there's probably a lot of them that have gotten screwed over that way, but I would genuinely be more worried that the strong ones have retired. Or have gotten shuffled back into, like, management positions, rather than having direct hand on game content. Like, I suppose another thing is, I don't want to... Oh. Speaking of I don't want to go in there. I think I know what we need the Binding Crown for now. It's for making Big Stompy not stomp on me. So that could be a problem. Well, unfortunately, my ribcage can't handle the hugs he gives. He's gonna have to find somebody a little sturdier than I am. Okay, these are the same skeletons I've fought before. They're not actually gonna really give me much of anything new. Let me in. Let me out, let me out! Got a whole lot of you hanging around here. Let me guess. What's behind door number 3? More skeleton? No. At least not immediately. Just gonna go in here and gather my thoughts, guys. You have fun. And by gather my thoughts, I mean leave. This really is an improvement. Yeah, pretty much. I don't want to become a squeak toy, thank you. Definitely burning through the herbs now. Again. Thankfully, there's some sitting right here. Conveniently planted on a grave. They probably could have used those a while ago. Unfortunate. Good for me, though. I'd also be able to add more meaningfully to my thoughts if I wasn't just in this absolute disaster brain of half passed out, I think. Well, I found a bone. I assume that's going to be useful for something at some point. Oh, of course. Has no effect for normal people. Ooh, armor. Which that's always been something I have very mixed feelings on, is enemies getting something like poise or any kind of stagger or mechanics that favor them just so heavily compared to the player. So you basically just get knocked around constantly and you have no recourse. Yeah. Because the thing is, something like hyper armor usually gets applied to certain things rather than being everywhere. That's the big difference with that kind of thing. See, the mixed feelings with something like a poise system is when you know how to do it, it's a very abusable system. But the problem is, they couldn't really remove it without replacing it with just a whole other very abusable system. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, so you probably should have just not fucked with it in the first place. Can I have this? I can. Like, I'm in a weird two-mind state in terms of game development. Because I'm both very much I want to see new things happen, but I'm also, in a lot of cases, of a mind of, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Which I know those are two very contrary thoughts, but you can ride a middle ground between those two. Because there is a time and place for changing something, and there are certain things you probably should understand not to risk. On paper, I agree with you. But I also remember so many cases in like the indie scene and such where a game has massively overcomplicated controls for no good reason. There's a balance point between those two that will make a game feel very good, but it can be done very badly. And I think that's why people are real scared of doing it. Yeah. Like, complexity for complexity's sake is not the answer. But I agree with you that they need to be willing to go further than they do in a lot of cases. I feel like I've let these stack up too much, and this is a real problem. Because no matter how much I dodge, I'm not going to be able to dodge all of these without not hitting something. And for all that this Night Sword is longer, I feel like it's not actually helping. That is not true. That is actually something I can provably tell you is not true. They are, well, it depends on what you consider fighting game inputs. But we need to have a mind meld on that concept for a second. Are you talking fighting game input as in you have 8 inputs to do a single thing, or would you accept like a 4-direction input followed by a button press as fighting game input? Let's figure out where your state is on that. Those do exist. I can point out at least one example. You're gonna have to translate SPD for me. I don't roll in fighting game circles, so acronyms and such are gonna fly over my head. I know what quarter circles and half circles and some of those inputs are, but SPD flies over my head. You're gonna need to give me words on that one. But for example, Bloodstained has multiple techniques you can gain which require half circles, quarter circles, and various inputs like that in order to input moves. There were a couple inputs like that in Castlevania Portrait of Ruin as well, but they're all extra things. Which, same case as what happened with Symphony of the Night. They were extra moves that you never actually needed to use or have, but you could do it. See, I didn't think it was that bad. It was bland. I will agree with that. But it wasn't bad. But I'm just pointing out, you said nothing else exists that you... Yeah, it all is in the same vein, but they do exist, is all I'm telling you. There are people still willing to do it, but you are correct. Again, that's not entirely true. It was all the same thing they've always done. It was very genre generic, but it felt decent enough. Did it live up to its hype and the amount of time we all waited for it? No, not at all. But I would never go to the point to say it's bad. And there were other things that used inputs like you're talking about. I just cannot think of them off the top of my head, because I know I've seen them. I only remembered Portrait of Ruin off the top of my head because I literally played it on Monday. That's the only reason I'm like, yes, this. There was only, I think, the one thing that was RNG drop that was required. At least there's only one I remember being a problem. The side quests and such had some RNG stuff to them, yes. But mainline progression, I only remember one thing that was required. And that was, I think, one shard you needed to get through RNG. And this is speaking as one who played the game multiple times and had played a randomizer of it multiple times. So I know for a fact what I'm talking about is true. I wanted so bad to like that game. Which, I think part of the thing with that is... I don't know what your expectations are, but it sounds like you had quite high expectations, which is understandable for that. But I feel like you might have wanted to meter your expectations a bit more. Considering it came out as what, like a $20 title? Something like that? I don't remember it being highly expensive. Are you sure about that? See, I'll agree on that. I don't think what they did with that was a good decision. Was it visually good in some places? Yes. Did I care for the 2.5D style? Not really. But I think we're playing from two different definitions of bad here. Maybe that's the problem. Is not worth getting hyped over? I could understand that. Seeing minimal things and saying, oh, this is bad, I don't see that. Because honestly, at their core, from Symphony of the Night on up, any of the Igavanias, basically, all were pretty minimalistic in their gameplay, unless you really dug in. And even Bloodstained, if you dig in, you can get at some ideas from. Maybe it's just age and time, but my standards have kind of given up a little bit, because I've acknowledged the fact that aiming high is impossible. Such things just don't exist. See, and I can understand that and agree with you on that. But that's also where some of your other statements become a bit baffling. But maybe it's a perspective thing on that one. Maybe you found things in some of these that I didn't. And that's where the difference comes in. So I'm not going to argue any of these points. I'm trying to understand. And how to explain this problem? Yeah. And I think that's part of the thing is it's possible to appreciate those for their one thing. And a lot of the time, as long as there's nothing glaringly bad beyond that, that's the point where I accept it. But you're aiming for more, and I can respect that. But I think I've gotten tired of looking, I think is my thing. Because I have played so many different things, and I'm just at the point where I'm taking what positives I can find. You know? I know that sounds bad. Yeah, that's the conclusion I came to. And that's why I've since started aiming a bit lower. The perfect game just is impossible, unfortunately. Short of making it yourself, which that's gonna be a whole other nightmare. See, I started learning game development. And I just couldn't follow through on it. Yeah. I feel like we're telling the same story here. Yeah, exactly. But that's also a perspective thing we need to consider, though. Is there's always the possibility that these developers did want more. They did want to do more. But maybe they can't. Maybe it was beyond them. There are interesting things coming out of that engine. The Godot engine's seems to have some real potential in there. Okay, that doesn't do anything. This is obviously a thing. Something goes in there. I just don't know what. Okay. Yeah, I've not really dug into the engine myself. I just remember seeing a lot of interesting things being made from it. Nope, not a release stone either, so I must not have what I need for that. Whatever what I need is. Okay, I have seen Cruelty Squad, but I never actually played it myself. This might be an understandable thing, it might not, but the visuals of it kind of put me off. Oh, I do enjoy breaking games, just there are certain things that strike my eye in a way I did not particularly care for in that. And I'm not saying any of it's bad. It just doesn't appeal to me. Yeah, that's the thing. The combination of those two was just not something I could go around. That I believe. But games are sold on their first impressions. That is admittedly an unfortunate fact to a degree. I'm right there with you on that one. Anybody who's been around here for a bit can vouch the fact that all I have to do is touch it and things will behave in unexpected ways. I forget what it was, but literally I think I was playing it for not even 10 minutes and I had already caused the dev to write down like 4 notes of things that were broken. Not because of the game actually being that buggy, but just because I happened to make moves that found those bugs immediately. Gate Delvers, that was the thing. Like, I was making those devs so happy, but at the same time, so upset at the same time, I think. Like, and here's another thing. I genuinely want to get in as a bug tester. Because, genuinely, I think just by existing, I will do that job very well. Because I fuck with things in such ways that things will be found. That's why I haven't pulled the trigger on that. It will destroy me. The idea of it is great, but the reality of it blows. That's exactly the thing. Which, it's kind of funny, actually. That's the same basic issue with being the developer in the first place, is... It's a great idea on paper, but man, the reality of it is a nightmare. Because, you know, you get that big dream of, I'm gonna make the ideal game, and then the reality of it starts destroying you piece by piece. Which, the steps is where it would start falling apart for me, because of the fact that I have had so many bugs where I cause something to happen, and the only answer I have for how it happened is, eh. And that's where it starts being an issue. But you are completely correct that that is how the actual system works. That is one that comes up a lot, yeah. Which is very frequently not true, either. There's a lot of devs that'll tell you that, and then it gets proven later on down the line that, no, that can easily be fixed because somebody else fixes it. Exactly. You know exactly what I mean. You've experienced the same thing I'm talking about. Hard-coded is a catchword for I can't be asked to fix it. There are things that are unfixable. That is a fact that exists, but they are such a small percentage of the things that are claimed to be unfixable that they may as well not exist. Yeah. That's how it boils down. It has to be a big enough problem that they feel they have a reason to care before it'll actually get anything done about it. And even then, half the time, it ain't gonna fucking go anywhere anyway. For those wondering why I'm kind of walking in circles, I'm trying to follow a thought in my head, and I'm also not entirely sure how to proceed right now. Oh, yeah. There are plenty of very handy bugs out there. And the thing is, as long as it's not hurting anybody else's experience, exploit the shit out of whatever you want. That's always gonna be my stance, is if it ain't hurting anybody, go have fun. Do it. Yeah. Because in the end, devs are people too, and people will do whatever the hell they want for whatever reasons they decide to. To be fair, you're already stating that you are cheating by saying that you're exploiting something. We don't really have a defense on that one. But, again, if it ain't hurting anybody, why would anybody care? Oh, hey, I can actually hit more than one enemy at once. I just needed an attack that wasn't straight vertical to find that out. Which, there was a thing we released over here by pulling a switch that I'm going to do again here in a second. Exactly. You should be allowed to have the choice of doing it. Again, key being that it doesn't affect other people's experience negatively. Yeah. It's the very same argument I make on a regular basis for why games should have customizable difficulty. Yeah. And that's another thing, is I'm sure it would be possible to disable certain options for online play. Since most things you have to opt in with a button press of some kind to go online. It would just have to then have a check for, is this active right now? No? Then you're clear. Go for it. If it is, you don't go. I know in the actual code it's not as simple as that, but the theory is there. Right, this is the thing we end up releasing. Wait, isn't this the dog that was over by the shack where the sick lady is? Or is this just another identical dog? See, I would agree with that. I just also know that that would cause a lot of people to get up in arms. But see, that's where I'm of two minds, is I would like people to have the option of having their own servers with their own options. Is it become... But here's my stance that would make that work, is those servers have to have their rule sets transparent. You have to be able to know, looking at the server, what the rule set they're operating under is. Then feel free to have whatever rule sets you want. But I would like to have the extra layer of customization for people. Hey, Zeno. We're in wild dev talk right now of what we wish game development would do.
Hello there.
And there's been a lot of great ideas being thrown around. And that's exactly why I wish it existed, but it doesn't. But part of the issue in those cases is also part of the non-work being done with that is that there are a lot of server owners who don't actually do their due diligence and actually give that information either. To be fair, you're yelling at the clouds is enabling me also yelling at the clouds, so we're in the same boat here. We're enabling each other on that one. And yeah, we are pretty slow moving in this game, you know. Because I'm kind of loaded down a little bit, even though this man doesn't have pants. Which makes me question where all the weight comes from, but, you know, details. I have and I haven't. It depends on the experience you're going into it for. I think is the best answer to that situation. The default speed is just slow as well. That is definitely true. Because here, I'm gonna remove all of the equipment for a moment so you guys see what default max speed is. The magic doesn't matter. As you'll notice, we're now down to 0.4 out of 42.7 weight. Look at our glorious speed. We are so fast now. But you'll notice they are faster. Just, not very fast. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's why it's nice when games like this actually give you, like, an agility stat or something like that that actually lets you control how fast you move. But balancing a stat like that in a game like this is kind of a nightmare because you become basically untouchable after a certain speed, as long as you can control it. Because you just step in, hit, step out, and repeat until you win. And in some cases. And your statement about PvP being the end game of a lot of things is why I don't finish a lot of things with a multiplayer component. Because I can't be asked to do PvP and things anymore. Yeah, I just can't.
Big brain time.
Like, my time for that was years ago. I'm just over that idea at this point. Like, respect to those who still will do that kind of thing and tolerate it. I just can't. Walls have been hit, yes, and I did find actually a secret door earlier in the first session. But wall theory has not really come into play for finding herbs or anything yet. Which, that's a whole story that most of the people here today probably wouldn't understand at all. Do I get into that one today? This is not actually that long a story, but in order to make it make sense, it might need some context. You're not wrong with that. Just wall herbs instead of wall chicken. What secret do you know, Xeno? Well, actually, realistically, you know many secrets, but... I have not seen any wall chicken, sadly. It would be real nice, though. I do like me a good wall chicken. All I found so far was wall skeletons that tried to kill me. And that was not very helpful. I remember what you're talking about, and I do not remember what game that was. For those wondering why I'm running around in this particular area right now, I remember seeing a lever in one of these little rooms, and I pulled it, and that's what made the dog that was over here move. But for some reason, for the life of me, I cannot find that goddamn lever again. It was on one of these walls. I thought it was in the spider room, but I couldn't find it. So I'm kind of going a little crazy right now. But yeah, to explain the wall theory emote and everything, at least on the baseline, I was playing Alundra 1, and I threw a pot at a wall, an herb came out. I threw the pot on the ground, nothing came out. So the theory began that I had to hit the wall with the pot because of a weird thing in coding. And I started losing my damn mind trying to understand the specifics of that situation. Which it then became a clip, and then I made the emote because it was funny to me. And the rest is history. That's the very baseline explanation of why that emote exists. I don't think I have the clip on file anymore. See, there's the lever I'm looking for, right there. There's the fucking lever. But for some reason, this room doesn't get there. So how did I get to that room? Because I've been to that room before. It's not a secret wall. I think I might just be in the wrong room. Like the wrong whole section. Oh, and that's a whole other thing. That sound effect there, that is my own sound. I made that. That also comes from Alundra 1, as a result of me making a noise, Xeno going crazy over it, sending me the clip of exactly what part she wanted, and I'm like, you know what, bet, I'll make it. There, and the rest on that is also history. Like, that has basically become the two big stream memes so far. Is that sound and that emote. There are other things I could do that I'm probably going to do at some point. I just need to actually know exactly what sound people mean. Because there was apparently a specific laugh that people wanted, too. But I never could figure out what laugh they were talking about. So I never made the sound alert for it. Well, yeah, I know you know what I mean, Xeno, because you were one of the ones telling me to make it. Oh, for fuck's sake, Twitch, why are you like this? Also, I don't know why sometimes the Kirby High either doesn't work or is super delayed. Like, this time, it didn't work, and I don't know why. That sound in particular is weird at times. I know. I'm sad too. Because for a while that was somebody's pretty much general greeting. That one worked. Okay, so sound alerts isn't broken, just that one's being weird. I would absolutely buy that as well. The game you're describing, I would absolutely play. There are pieces of what you're looking for exist in other things, but I cannot think of anything that has all of the above at the same time. That reminds me, I don't think I uploaded the updated version of that emote. I'm backtracking now because there was also this thing back here making weird noises. Oh wait, no. I'm in the wrong room. It's fine. Where the hell was that lever? Like, I know we've accomplished, like, nothing in the last, like, hour. But that's fine, because this conversation has been absolutely worth the time spent on it. I just don't know where the hell this lever is. Maybe I need to get up there to get there, actually. I didn't... Yeah, that's probably the problem, actually, is I probably needed to go upstairs. Yeah, you're not wrong. And to a certain degree, I don't mind that, because I'm one of those people that it starts to fuck me up a bit when you have to press too many things at once, but you can absolutely do more than 2 at a time. That's fine. Like, I've seen things that want me to press, like, 6 things at once, and I'm just like, you know what? This is maybe a bit too much. Like, some of the machine building games, for example, like your scrap mechanic type games and things like that, through my own nonsense, end up with way too many inputs for me to be able to keep up. This, I think, is where the lever was, over here. Yeah, that's the key, is you have to ride that fine line between it being complicated but being playable. Especially if you're asking any real amount of speed from your player. Because otherwise you're basically asking your player to be a fucking spider and have multiple limbs. Yeah, this is where I was going wrong. I was looking for it on the bottom floor, but we had to go up to go down to get here. Be free, doggo. Run. Like, there was just the one tiny bit of brain that wasn't clicking to remind me that I had to go up to get here. Oh, yeah. NetHack and a lot of roguelikes like that end up with an obscene amount of buttons available. Some of them streamline it down fairly nicely. Others are like NetHack and you have a mile-long command list. Which you don't need all of. That is one thing. You do not need all of it. But boy... So what is this? Oh, this is the thing for that marker we saw. I know what that is. Oh, we're back here. No, we're not. This looked like a place I'd been already, but just because there was an open box. Huh. Well, that's annoying. Really didn't want to trade there, but, well, it happened. I'm still getting used to the fact that this knight sword is a little slower than the other sword. Yeah, a lot of context menus and such would make layering something like that a bit better. You would have to make a lot of the inputs, for lack of a better way of putting it, smart. But smart inputs are also a gamble, because that's where some of the issues in other games have come from. God damn it. Thank you for the 5 gifted again. Derailing the thought, but I appreciate it. And that might actually make me reach payout this month, so I very much appreciate it. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. There's a fine line on that. Most people will understand that in the context of the Assassin's Creed problem, where the same button does 6 actions, and depending on if you turn ever so slightly in a direction, it'll do the one you don't want. So it has to be intelligently contextual. But intelligently contextual is also still dangerous because a lot of players are also not intelligent. That's where my thought process wanted to land. I was just trying to find the words in Tired Brain Land. Yeah, I wanted to be nice, but you are being accurate. Yeah, like I said, I don't think anyone's gonna say no here on that one. We just all wish for better. I think is a safe thing to say, is we wish the average was better. We just also know the reality. That's dangerous. That is very dangerous. You gotta put a real cooldown on that kind of thing, or it gets out of hand. Not to mention, you gotta be real careful how you auto-mod that. Oh yeah. People will get tired of it usually, but there will still be people who are gonna spam the shit out of it, because there are some people who just have no self-control. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, is it needs tuning to really work. But it absolutely can work. Okay, I put the marker in and nothing happened, and I'm allowed to take it out. Is this the wrong place for it? Stone used with the redstone wand. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, that's why I have global cooldowns and things like that on the sounds I have. Though sometimes those global cooldowns don't actually work and people realize they can hit every button. We've definitely had incidents of that. Which, within reason, and as long as it's not like every day, things like that can be funny, too. I wonder if I actually need whatever that redstone wand it was talking about is. Or if this did something somewhere else and I just didn't get any feedback on it. I both love and hate this moment of you sit there and go, well, what the fuck did it do? Yes. Like, I think the three most used sounds in this stream are the Kirby High, the Sass, case in point right there, and, well, yeah, it was cued, so it had to happen. That was pretty much a guarantee. And I think you've kept the Roadrunner Meep Meep as the third one, probably, Xeno. That's probably the third most used. No, I never disagreed that it was a good idea. I was just terrified that I was going to get very tired of hearing it, but no, it hasn't bothered me yet.
What's this?
What's this?
And then there's that.
What's this?
Well, there's always the chance that it'll get out of hand, but that's also why I have the cooldowns I have on it now. Because there was a very brief period where people were just sitting there hitting the button constantly. Even if you hit it on cooldown at this point, I don't think it'll get to me too badly. I may start cracking down a bit more if it literally is getting hit on cooldown, but it wouldn't be that bad, because it's a very short sound. Like, my big fear with something like that was if people literally just sat there and hammered the button and it overlaid on itself and you just had the entire stream, and I would be about ready to fucking lose my mind. Because the way I want these streams to be is I want a balance between having goofy fun times with y'all and having enough focus on what's happening on the screen that the game being played is also respected. As long as it's a game that's respectable. I've definitely played things that I'm more than willing to sit there and just shit on the entire time. Because they're bad.
You get nothing! You lose!
Exactly.
Good day, sir!
And that's a thing I need to figure out what's going on with. Any blurb stuff that's activated, for some reason does not pop up in the chat anymore. I know it's supposed to, but it hasn't in a while, and I keep forgetting to check on that to figure out why. Because I'm gonna be real, there are a lot of times where, once I'm off stream, I don't look at any of those buttons or anything that whole day. Ooh. See, favorite game is another one of those really tough questions because it changes. Like, not even with having replayed something or playing something new, but my own mood at the time can make my favorites change. And I know that's kind of a weird answer, but that is something I've noticed with myself. Like, if I were to point out at a guaranteed one, Aria of Sorrow would definitely be, maybe not the one favorite of all time, but it's definitely one of. Because I like the amount of options you have available in there because of the soul system and everything, and it's got most of the good Igavania movement. See, and that's the funky thing, is I can remember liking something and have no idea why. Because there have been things that I thought I loved, and then I went back to them and I realized I don't like them anymore. And that's what makes answering favorite game weird. Because your memory of something does not always match up with the reality of it. I've still been meaning to play that. I have it. It just keeps sitting in the library, and then I get distracted by 1,000 other things, and I just don't end up booting Bayonetta. Like, this is a sentence that might fuck with a lot of people. The last Platinum game I played was Vanquish. Yeah, exactly. You're hitting the nail on the head with that one. After a certain point of time, you can remember something fondly that was terrible. See, I know you're memeing with that answer. Devil May Cry 1, I understand why you're saying that. 2 is a surprise. I've never heard positive things about Devil May Cry 2. I think you are the first person to ever say something positive about that game. And I have booted Devil May Cry 1 and 2. I've just never gotten very far in them, because just timing and all of that, I just got distracted by other things, more or less. I enjoyed the hell out of 3. And I found myself going back to 4 a fair few times, trying to finish it, and then I just never do. I am right there with you on that. Vanquish could have been amazing. It's okay, but there is massive potential in that game. But it ends up being more or less another generic cover shooter. For the most part. Because they kind of force you to do that in order to not just get screwed. And I like the idea of upgrading your weapons that game had, but those upgrades don't end up feeling different at all. Like, it's the old standard of, hey, I upgraded this weapon, it's now +1 to this. Like, okay. That's not really an upgrade. Sure, it performs better, but that's boring. That is a boring upgrade. Like, am I alone on that thought that if something's upgraded, it should feel meaningfully better or do something different than it did originally? Like, I'm not asking for you to have a pistol get an upgrade where it suddenly starts shooting rockets, though that would be fun. I understand why that doesn't exist. But, like, make it do more than it did. Even if it's something like just firing 2 bullets at once instead of firing a single bullet. And I'm not asking for those to be like the direct line upgrade, just like have those be options. Which I suppose that's what it always boils down to. I want more options. I would rather have so many options I can't fucking process them than have like 2 options. Oh, that's also fair. Yeah. The gating on things can be awful. That's a whole other situation. The way content can be gated can ruin an experience. Yeah. And I suppose that's where the phrasing of upgrade gets funky. I'm speaking in terms of, like, upgrading it, like, just with material you could get through regular gameplay, or just even money. In-game money. Not real money. Real money's a whole other thing. No. We don't talk about real money options for any of that. Yeah. Which, I will say, I kind of am tired of that way of doing things a little bit, though, because in that time frame around there were a lot of things that did the whole, here's all kinds of cool things you'll have later, but we're gonna take them away from you. Because in some ways, like, I'm of 2 minds with it, because it's nice to have that feeling of power and understand some of the stuff you're gonna get, but it also means you now know too much in some games. Like, it depends on the game. Some games give you the right amount of information right off the top and then take it away. Others give you too much of it. Yeah, that is a vital piece. Baseline, you have to feel good about what you have. If you feel like you are the most boring, awful trash thing, you're gonna hate it no matter what you gain. Like, this is an opinion that has gotten a lot of people mad at me, but I couldn't play Hollow Knight because the amount of things you start with that are just so bland. I could not get to the point where you get the better things. Like, visually and most everything about that game, I like. I just personally could not play that long enough to get the things that made me at all interested in that game. That's also fair, Xeno. That would be a very easy game to get stuck in because of the way it presents things. Especially playing it like the way we play things at this point, which is streamed across multiple days rather than one playthrough through the whole thing in one sitting. Which can make an experience completely different. Is if it's split up at all, things can get lost, things can get forgotten, things shift around a bit in your head. Yes. Yeah, I wasn't saying that in your case this was the situation, but that's just how that is. That is good advice, but if I followed that do you want to know just how covered in notes everything I own would be if I kept notes on every save file I have? Dear God. Like, my room would be coated in fucking post-it notes if I did that. And I'd still not have all of them covered. Just the amount of things I have in play. Yeah, no, that's a very safe answer. Just start over. There's a lot of things that don't let you name saves anymore, too. Even games with multiple save slots just won't let you name them because they didn't bother to give you the input to do it. But the thing is, you also can only fit so much in a save file name. It'll help, but some concepts are too long to fit in a save name. Well, yeah, that's because you've got an analog control and a digital control. Some things don't translate between the two. Like, it's the same thing we were talking about before. Some movements you can absolutely do just fine on a keyboard that you would normally be doing with a stick. But some things just get real weird. We already were in here and did all that. That's where we got the marker thing. Oh god. Nested radial wheels. No. It's manageable, but it just would become a headache. Remember, there's a difference between manageable and fun. Like, everyone's definition of fun is different. I'm willing to accept that. But by and large, most people are probably not going to touch 13 things per stick in radial menus. I already know a lot of people who hate radial menus. Oh, yeah. Oh, I misunderstood what you were getting at, actually. You're saying having typing be on the sticks and radial menus, like letter typing. Okay. My brain went to having 26 unique inputs for a game, and I'm like, the fuck is this? Because you would have to consider at that point, okay, there's 26 unique inputs on each stick. That also leaves all the buttons, which means there's more inputs. Oh yeah, you can definitely make those. And those are a thing. But, the second you look away from that for a little while, you're gonna forget half of that, and it's just, boom, gone. Something I always feel I have to warn people about is I look at things in a very wild and weird way sometimes. So you will say something that makes perfect sense in 9 contexts out of 10, my brain will find that 10th one first instead of the other 9 where it makes sense, and it just goes off that way somewhere. I just go on a journey. Yeah, and that's very commonly done, so people can easily understand that. And that's genuinely fine. You just really don't want to think about the numbers too much on that one, because that's what's going to make people's heads start spinning. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there was never a disagreement about the fact that you can make them. I was just pointing out that there are a lot of ways it can go wrong. And that's what we always have to be aware of, is... Well, actually, yeah, here's a really good question. If you had to pick a studio to make the thing you're talking about, who would you trust to make this complex control setup? Like, I'm genuinely curious what your answer to that question is going to be. Yeah, we can't actually get out past him, and we still didn't find a bow. That is a fair answer. Honestly, I can't think of a company ever that I would trust implicitly to make a control system that complex and not have it have a foible somewhere. Would they make it functional? Oh, almost certainly. But there would be an issue somewhere, almost guaranteed. Is that it becomes a point of there's too many moving parts for there not to be a hitch in there somewhere. And yeah, we've encountered the big Guardian Golem multiple times, you know. I'm just trying to figure out what to do about him and the other one we found. What I'm currently spinning in my head with this spot in particular is... Let me save and show you what happens when we do that. In fact, actually, just for literal convenience, I'll just drop a save state, because this is... We've already had a lot of pointless walking around. Yes, I accept the fact that you can do it, but you also have to understand that there ends up being an internal bias on that basis, because it is something that you made, so you understand how it works. You understand the nuances and contexts of the thing you made. Now hand that to somebody who doesn't have any of that information, and see how they respond to it. And that's where you start learning whether the average consumer can use this. Yeah, see big boy over here? I'm just gonna walk near him at all. Just get a little bit closer. Dead.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Exactly. And therein lies why a lot of those things don't get made. Because they end up niche to a point where it is not attractive to these companies to make it, because they're not going to make their money back. It all boils down to the almighty dollar. Yeah, nothing new there at all. Though I realized something. With how I inched towards him, it might actually be possible to run under him before he can punch me. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm now curious if it's physically possible. I don't entirely know if money equals time, necessarily, in game development. I feel like that's not inherently true. I feel like the budgets end up the same no matter what the time frame isn't. is on that one. Nope, he has a wide enough sweep that even with him not being there and ready yet, we can't get past that. Okay. Is we were at max speed, which is, you know, such blazing, blistering speed, but... So that leaves us...
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Oh, I've been stopped. And now you're coming to a bigger part of the problem. Is a lot of it goes and gets fed into this massive black hole known as graphical fidelity. Because it also falls into the same thing I was talking about before of first impressions sell games. So if you have really fancy looking visuals, yeah, Blurp will do that. It's on a delay and I can't fix it. Okay, so he just hangs out there. He's just hanging out, having a great time. What I'm assuming the solution to him is we go over here to where the one closer to where he sits is, and this is probably going to make him go sit down. Yep, there he goes. So what I'm wondering is, what if that other room with the Guardian in it is there as a teaching tool? It's there to show you how the mechanic works, but you're not expected to do anything with it there. You're then expected to do something with it here. But yeah, no, there's a lot of cases of trailers made to be super flashy and sell the game, and then you end up with a game that's nothing like what they're presenting to you. I know a lot of people get hung up on how good a game looks being vitally important. I couldn't care. As long as the game doesn't look like visual vomit and make me literally angry looking at it, I couldn't care. Yeah, that was very low-hanging fruit for either of those two. I would much rather they take 90% of the budget and put it into the gameplay rather than what they do now, which is like 70% of budget going into the graphics department. Now, here's the question mark. How do we get the other guy to go away? And this is why I was trying to get the other binding crown out to get it over here. Because I suspect we need both crowns. Because I think what happened is that guy got up and walked out when I moved that crown from there. So we can easily prove that. I wasn't counting any of the money involving marketing. I'm doing it 100% based on after marketing's cuts taken out. Because marketing will be there no matter how you look at it. So you can't change that. That is stuck there for all eternity. So you may as well just do your budget after they ruin your money. 70% of the remainder then goes into graphics. And like a 30%, maybe 20%, if you're lucky, goes into the actual gameplay of a lot of games. Depends on if it has monetization, because then a 10% goes into the coding for all of your monetization options. I'm pretty sure if I put this crown over here, the guy in the back goes and sits down. Yeah. So I need 2 crowns. Yeah, And, they could actually, make use of all of us streamers and content creators in a healthier way instead of screwing people over left and right and ignoring the amount of free advertising there is out there. That's a whole other fucking problem. A lot of us would literally do their work, the marketing team's work for them for free if they would just be willing to work with people. But a lot of developers don't consider that. They'll maybe throw one or two huge creators a thing just to pretend that they're participating. But they don't really. Like, I'm not even asking for them to sponsor people or give them money or anything. Literally just hand out those early codes on a larger scale, and even have them be timed. Don't even have it be a permanent code to the game if they still want to get those sales. Because basically what I'm talking about is how a demo works, but the way so many companies run their demos, you're not actually getting a real look at the game. What I'm talking is more of a in-between between a demo and the main game. But the problem with such a thing existing is there would be plenty of opportunities for people to reverse engineer such a thing and take said timers and limitations off of it. I understand that that would be a problem. But in an ideal world, that would be very beneficial to both sides. And it's also true that with the way people run things, it also would not work. Because there's too many hands trying to grab at the same pie, and they can't agree with each other about anything. Because God forbid any of them give a centimeter, let alone an inch. That is not where your bow is pointing, good sir. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, is in the end, all it is money to them. All we are is input for money. And if they have ways to make money off of us without interacting with any of us, they're going to do it. And the other limiting factor becomes, you can't even really say, oh, well, another platform's going to come up and take over for Twitch, for example. There is a certain amount of infrastructure that already is a limiting factor from the word go. Then you've got to get people to adopt it and actually use it. And then you have all kinds of moderation and everything that has to go into that. It just keeps going step by step by step by step by step into a deeper hole. That's why a lot of the other options ended up crashing. Because, like, you had Hitbox for a while. I forget what ended up happening to that. Mixer got bought by Microsoft and exploded. Because it originally was Beam, then it turned into Mixer after Microsoft bought it. Blew up. Gone. I think it does technically still exist, but it's like a disaster zone, something like that. And yeah, let's not get into the whole law and monopoly thing. Let's not go that far. We don't need to get into that. This conversation's already riding further than I would like to into things that are realer than our escapism in doing this kind of thing is meant to be. So we'll stop that track there. Like, I get that it's a hot a strong topic and it gets people heated up, but let's just rein that one in. I get it. I understand. That's why you'll notice you weren't timed out or kicked. Because I know that you'll be reasonable and understand to hold back a bit. Because we all get there and we start riding down the rail. There comes a point where there's no need for it. Meanwhile... That is a perfect example of the cliff that whole thought process has fallen off of. Yeah, I feel kinda stuck at the minute. I'm not sure what to do about any of this. Because I feel like we're missing something. But I don't know what we're missing where. Is my current options in-game that I can think of for where this went wrong is, 1, I missed an area and forgot, which is highly likely considering it was a week since I last played this. There's something I overlooked in here, which with the amount of laps I've done around here is at this point unlikely but still possible. 3, there's a simple misunderstanding in how something works that I've missed. Those are the 3 main options I see for our problem right now. Is that the current thing I cannot get past, to my current judgment, is I cannot move both of those golems out of the way in such a way that I can get through. Is the potential ways to solve that puzzle would be to pick up the crown, move it over fast, and get through before they both settle in, but we've already proven that they can attack while moving, so that's not viable. And we also know that the character's too slow to manage to cross that gap before they get there. So that leaves us with getting the crown that's in the other room out in order to use 2 crowns to get past that puzzle. Which puts us back in an earlier position from almost an hour ago now, probably, of getting past that first guardian. Which makes me wonder about something that's over there, actually. And I'll go over there so you guys can see what I'm thinking about. Is maybe somebody will have a brilliant idea looking at it. Because I know I have a no backseating policy, but I'm open to suggestions on this one. Because for purposes of moving this forward, it makes sense to open the floor to thoughts. Because our opposition is here. We cannot move the crown from that position and get through that doorway before he gets there. We've proven that. Unless there's something we're missing that allows us to move faster, which is unlikely. What's bugging me is this back area back here. What is this here for? What purpose does this have? Wait. Ah! Guess who found a run button that wasn't working earlier? So we can move a little faster. That was not working when I tested all these controls, but... Ah! Watch those meters up top. They both drain. That's why a lot of the time when I tried that button before, it didn't work. But if we look over here at the key config, you'll notice run is not mentioned anywhere. This is a case of I should have went and dug up the manual. But what confuses me is all of the various times...
This is big brain time.
All of those various times, I tried all of the various buttons to get a run button. That never happened. Now, from a logical perspective, I agree with you. But if I go looking for the bow, it becomes a question of, well, where do I go looking for it? I see you're getting your quota in there, Amber. Now, if I take all the armor off and run, we can't run very far. Well, the only places is I can narrow it down. I can guarantee you a couple places where there is guaranteed no way there'd be anything we're missing. The problem comes in, I don't remember how to get to one of them. Alright, Zeno, you go sleep well. I'm glad you were able to make it today. I remember a set of tunnels with some of those regular beetles in it. But I cannot find those tunnels again. I went looking for them before and just could not for the life of me find them again. I don't know if I got mixed up on that or not. Same to you, Zeno. It's possible that maybe the inventory for the merchant has updated, and maybe he has a bow. Because that would explain why we can loop back to the merchant through that door near here. There's a logic to that. I appreciate that, but the implication of what I was saying was also that I was open to being given the information of what should I be looking for right now. And by you saying that, that implies that the bow does exist, then. But I'm gonna try my stupid idea right quick. I fully acknowledge that this is a stupid idea, but now that I've learned that I can run, I'm gonna try something. Except I got stuck on a goddamn corner. We're dead. Yeah, that ain't gonna quite work. That is entirely possible. But there comes a point of being willing to try a lead, whether it's reasonable or not. And I think this save was at a point... it doesn't matter. We'll just load the save state, because it literally is the same thing either way. At this point. I will say, this discovery of the run button explains a couple odd things that had happened before. Because I noticed a couple occasions where I was moving quicker and I could not figure out why. Mind you, I was not actually holding this button at all when that happened. But this A button is a little bit loose. It may very well have been stuck, partially, causing an aberration in how my character was moving. Oh yeah, weight is absolutely a factor. That has been proven. Like, I showed you guys before that if I take all the equipment off, he moves faster. There was just still only so much speed either way. It was achieving speeds outside of those parameters, which is what had me confused. If that makes sense. But there was a point I was trying to get to here in my sentence. I think I know where to find the bow. I think I just figured it out. It's the pickaxe all over again. I remember something that had a bow that I didn't interact with at all. Because it was going to be a pain in the ass to interact with it. Am I going the right way to get there? Don't remember. Is there was a skeleton with a bow over in this general area. And anything that's unusual that has something, with the way this game's logic has been, has typically dropped the thing it has. Because I never bothered to kill this guy. See, that's a tough one to answer because the simple fact of there's a wide variety of games out. Okay, that plan did not work. And there's also the simple concept of we've kind of rolled over a lot of things that I think we can all agree that we want to change to begin with. Like the monetization and everything. There's something on the other side of that wall. It can't hurt to do that, but that doesn't bother me to any serious degree, because usually changing your graphics settings can usually get rid of some of the problems with that. Because to a lot of the average idiot, things like that make it look better. If you want the blunt answer. Things all looking shiny and flashy and everything delude certain people into thinking something looks better. That is the genuine answer as far as I've ever been able to tell for why that is the way that is. But yeah, it's looking like I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I did remember a place we hadn't been. There's something involving that, presumably. But we have a whole different problem. And the other thing with the shiny surface thing is, if it makes sense, then I'm fine with a lot of stuff being shiny. Because, you know, there are some worlds and situations where shitloads of shiny crap everywhere makes sense. But there are also a lot of games that have a lot of shiny shit for no reason. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of context I mean. I can't really think of, like, a global answer to your question. Because most anything I can think of at least, like, one context where it's okay. I don't have a problem with it being there. Oh, that door opened on its own. Weird. Actually, no, I have a very good answer. I would like excessive tutorialization to be removed. Not generally, no. Not unless they waxed the ever-living fuck out of it, and even then, at night, it shouldn't be shiny, you're correct. We haven't been over here. Maybe this is the one thing we're fucking missing. I assume this is also something you were trying to hint at before with the whole thing about maybe you missed a hint in an earlier area. Because we never met this man. I came here to visit the graves, but have you seen a key around here? The dead are restless. If you plan to venture further, proceed with care. Be careful. Be careful. How about I be aggressive? I can be very aggressive. Ah, that's what the 2 release stones we have are for. So that makes sense. See, this was a very big case of I literally forgot we hadn't gone in those 2 rooms because I looked at them and went, there's gonna be a shitload of skeletons in there. I ain't dealing with that. Ooh. I don't have any way of getting mana right now. It's very clearly you're meant to hit that with fire. That crystal will then fall down to wherever that leads, which is probably gonna be down in the mine. Or somewhere similar to that. And then you'd be able to go retrieve that from there. But let's make progress this way, I guess. And this is a thing I've been guilty of in many cases, is I get very stuck in thinking that the solution I have at hand is the correct solution, when it is very much wrong. And I think we've all had moments like that, where you're like, no, this is going to work, I just need to figure out how to make it work. But you're just barking up the wrongest fucking tree imaginable. And I think if I had slept like a reasonable human being last night, I probably would have come to a better conclusion a while ago. See, I would feel even in that genre that that's a mixed bag, because there are plenty that also don't really give you as many options as you feel like you should have. Like, they're just inherently limited from the word go. Oh, we need another release stone that I don't have to get through here. So unless it's in this room, we're in trouble. Also, we're in trouble in general, because there's a lot of fucking skeletons in here. Like, look at this! What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Fuck this, I'm out of here. Yeah, we have a problem. We don't have a 3rd release stone. So we missed one somewhere, I guess. Unless one of them drops it. Yeah, if only I had one. Like, we are distinctly lacking in area effect options. The best we could do is the sword swings side to side and maybe hit 2 of them. And by the time we do that, the other 3 are gonna have railed us. Potentially, but the problem with that idea is getting them to actually get through the door. Because when I was trying to do funny doors with the ones that were in that secret room back in the shrine, they kept glitching back to the other side of the door every time I opened it. So we'd have to play the game of open door, hit enemy, hope that they don't hit me before I can back through the door. You also gotta remember that these doors are a little glitchy. You can get stuck on them a bit as well. Well, especially when they're opening and closing. So I got caught on that and murdered a couple times. Just look at that, though. Oh, and that's the other thing. If you take a step back from these doors, they love to automatically just instant close again. And then there's the fact that they outreach us. So we'd have to rush into their range, hit them, and then get out before they hit us. With our ludicrous speed is, not exactly ideal. Because I think I can't run after swinging. Let's test that. Because it drains the red meter when I swing. Okay, no, as long as we have blue meter, we can still run. That's important to know. Oh yeah, if I had a bunch of mushrooms so I could keep recharging my MP, this would be no problem. I would just sit there and just keep chucking fireballs in there. Which, we have enough money, we could go buy 2 mushrooms. And then have 120 MP, which is... 9 fireballs? No. No, we didn't, because I got sidetracked going over here. Which, now that we found this guy, which might actually have been the old man he was talking about, not the guy I found dead with... No, it would have to be the guy I found dead with the map, because he said that he bought the caretaker's map and then left, and we picked up the caretaker's map off the corpse. So we know for a fact that was the man the merchant was talking about. So this guy's unlikely to be a flag for the merchant, but he might be. He might have the 3rd release stone for all I know. Or it's on the ground somewhere and I missed it, because they love to throw random crap on the ground and have it be tiny and annoying. But I absolutely should go back to the merchant since he's not too far from our current location anyway. Because at the very least, we can gain some more tools to use. More or less. I just need to remember the way. Which I think is... this way. So I think it's one of the 2 downstairs doors over here that leads to where the merchant is. Because it's access to the other catacomb. Also, we never did look at the caretaker's map again. Okay, yeah, that shows that we are here. Which I didn't even realize it would show us on this map, because I never happened to open this when we were down here. But that does tell me I was correct that this is a map of the underground section, and this is a map of the general main areas. Yeah, we already grabbed the shield from there. I just wanted to make sure we did still have it. Yeah, this is the way. Past the mushrooms is where the merchant is. I don't know why this one particular mushroom keeps respawning and none of the rest of them do. That's a little weird. You would think with how long we've been gone, more of them would have come back. Now, and if I were a wiser man, I would have looked up the manual for this. Since I, of course, you know, don't physically have the manual. Otherwise, I would have read it a long time ago. One of my theories for the bow was that it was this gentleman over here that had it. Since he's in a really awkward fucking spot. He has a bow. He's also guarding a box. I think that is the hole in that one cell that we looked at. I think you drop through that hole, end up there with him, take him out, get his box. But I don't know what's in that box. And I also don't know how to get that cell open. But the old man was talking about a key, and I don't know if he meant the release stones or if he was talking about the key for the cells, either. He just said key, which could be a lot of things. I'm going the wrong way. But we may as well double check over here while we're at it, in case I missed something over here by the crazy trees. Because we kind of got chased out of here a little bit. Because of the types of enemies over here and how really weak we were when we came through here. Because we got the caretaker's map from in here. And that's what the key that the old guy had got us into. And I killed one of those evil trees back behind the sick lady's house, and that's where I found the thing that gave me more MP. Which is why I'm kind of curious about the ones that are up here. So I'm wondering if they're guarding something we might actually want. Because I just ran past them to get into the building there before. Because their attacks aren't actually that easy to get hit by, unless you get stuck because your left turn doesn't work. Okay, there's nothing back here. Because, you know, you can just side strafe past a lot of it unless you're at a bad angle like that. Maybe there's something in this church that we didn't notice as well. Okay. Part of me was curious to see if I could take this light and bring it to the pedestals that were down in the catacomb. That was one of the thoughts my brain was off on. And that does not work. This is the guy we got the key for the caretaker's map from. Because back here in this graveyard, a whole bunch of skeletons spawned. I started clearing them out. We came back and he was dead. Because the skeleton got in there and kicked his ass. But there's also this gate. Which leads to the other side of this broken bridge.
You played yourself.
Which this doesn't lead us anywhere. But I'm just treading over this ground so people understand where we have been. And I'm pretty confident we're still not going to be able to reach this box to hit it, but I'm going to try anyway. Yep, had a feeling. Because that weapon swings differently, I was curious to see if it would hit, but I was doubting that it would work. And now we got a free Morning Star. Is yet again, there was just that little itch in the back of my mind that it's like, well, what's the point to all of these skeletons and everything, aside from killing the NPC off, presumably, because, you know, you had to be able to get the map back from him. Which that was a whole other thing I was wondering about, is if it was physically possible to manage to buy the map before he took it, and if something would happen because of you doing that, or if he would still come out here and die and you just would get a key that leads to nothing. Okay, they can attack behind themselves. That was another thing I was curious about, is can they attack backwards? The answer is yes. I do wonder if these drop anything good, though. Most things don't seem to really drop much of anything in this game, aside from money. But these are easy enough to kill at this point, so I may as well. Maybe they'll drop a decent amount of money. Or that? Huh. Hey, I never did put my metal shield back on. So I keep forgetting in all the deaths. That's actually a not half bad shield, though. It's good against the elements. It's just, you know, not physically great. I'll wear the buckler still for now, but good to know that that exists, and that might be worth a ton of money. This is why occasionally doing science is a good thing. Yeah. there's a balance, and actually, yeah, that's the caveat across the board. Really, it seems is the concept of moderation is kind of forgotten. Hey there, Evo. There's been a lot of what's wrong with what's being made type conversation today. So, you know, enjoy that. Well, that's on the list of what we were talking about. Bugs and the reason why there's so many bugs, even though there really shouldn't be, and all of that. Just a bit, yeah. As it tends to do. Yeah, I mean, it is just a shitty square of leather. So, it's kind of hard to make that look like much. Yeah, and the theoretical way forward has been found. We just need to actually make it work. Because we specifically need to find one more stone to open a door now. Oh, it's not a physical lost issue. We are trying to figure out how to solve two different problems and not finding the solutions to those problems. And in different sections, the walls do look somewhat different. But in the same section, they all do look the same. No riddles, thankfully. Riddles I could actually wrap my head around and figure out. There was not much I wanted to buy. I was double-checking to see if there's anything I could sell that would be worth anything to then buy what I was looking for. I wasn't leaving yet. Because the thing is, we have iron boots already, so there's no point in buying those. Literally, all we're going to be buying, I think, is more herbs. Which I forgot to put my iron boots on. So we'll just sell those so I stop forgetting about that. We can sell the leather armor because we don't need that anymore. I'm usually of the camp of clear excess junk out first and then buy things so that I don't add more things to have to sift through. I'm not sure I actually want this Morning Star. It's really short and it doesn't actually do that much beneficial damage. Unless I have something specifically that's weak to hit. I'll hang on to it for now just in case, though, because we are already down to half durability on this Night Sword. I'm gonna hang on to that just in case. We have the plate helm now, so we don't need this. Yeah. There's always gonna be a thing here and there that just rings enough of a bell that you're just gonna sit there and be like, this is all I can hear. Now, what I want to grab is a couple mushrooms. So we have MP on standby. And now we'll buy a ton of herbs with the remainder. Because we don't really need more antidotes because we both have an antidote spell and we have a handful of antidotes on our person. I'm not going to blow all of the money on herbs at the minute, because I kind of still want to try to save up for that spell crystal he has, because I'm genuinely curious what it does. They're just going to repeat. I've already spoke to them on a very large amount of times when they got to this point. He just says this dialogue over and over again, which makes me wonder if there's something I'm supposed to show him, but I don't know what to show him. I don't think there's anything here that he actually would want. him saying that implies that there's something he's looking for. Yeah, he's just forever scraping that sign. Which I don't even know why he's fucking around with that sign, because we have no way of knowing what that sign says. I'm just gonna go up here and use the save point just to make sure we don't lose what we have done. Which is not a lot, but it's something. Oh yeah, on the list of things I never figured the fuck out, there's something back over here that I never grabbed either. The thing that's up there on that wall. Now that we know running's a thing, maybe I can actually get up these. It's the only merchant I've ever found. I don't know if it's the only merchant that exists in the game at all, but that's the only one I've ever managed to come across. And there's also this that's always bothered me. The Expedition's chest. I'm guessing it's locked? Because I've never been able to open it. I tried lighting that campfire, and nothing happened. Because I, assumed that that was a thing. I'm assuming this is all leftovers from when the expedition to give the Idol of Sorrow back to its resting place here got wiped out. I assume that was where they had camped before getting to the point where they all died. Just for clarity on that. But the fact that there's just a bunch of campfires sitting there made me think there was a puzzle, but the only thing we have to light those was the fire spell, and the fire spell doesn't do anything with those. Unless I somehow missed the just right pixel for it to do something, but I doubt it. So we are left with the mystery of where the last release stone is to open that door. Which is our current best lead, probably. Or we figure out a way to get past the Guardian without a bow. Which, considering there's a dead Guardian sitting next to where we find that one with arrows in its eye sockets, it's like 90% likely we do in fact need the bow. Which then leads to us figuring out where the bow is, which is potentially behind that release stone, potentially God knows where. That is the obvious answer, yes. But the problem with that becomes, unless I sit here and go for a good, 6 more hours, backtracking over the entire map again, we have no way of proving that out. We found that one thing by me sitting here narrowing down to the one place I could think of that I genuinely remember not having seen everything in. But we've now hit another dead end there. I'm trying to think of if there is anywhere else that I'm missing a piece like that. And the other piece of the puzzle to that is, didn't I find those release stones in the place where those guardians were? Which if I found 2 of them there, it would logically mean that the third one would be there too. Unless they for some reason put one stone out in Goatfuck somewhere. So the logic twist I'm looking at right now, trying to track the game design logic, is A, I'm barking up the wrong tree trying to get all the release stones right now because I'm actually going at it the wrong way around again, where I need to get past the Guardian to get the last release stone to get through that door. Or, there's two other options for where this goes wrong. One, I'm remembering wrong where I picked up the release stones, and they may actually be in the catacomb section, which would make sense because the keys are used there. Or, they did actually, in fact, decide to be a bunch of bastards and put the last stone, like I mentioned, out in Goatfuck somewhere. But I cannot think of the missing piece to this. The only thing I can think of... Well, correction. I can think of something. But I can't work out how to deal with that something either. Because my brain is now going back to those jail cells I was looking at in the other section that looks like this, which is right over there. Because it's the same zone, so it would make sense that the item comes from there. But that implies that we are then missing a different key. Because my theory is I need to get to this guy, and get to, more specifically to the chest behind him. Which involves falling through that, which is where the jail cells come into play. I don't think I've ever actually walked down in here, so let's see if something happens down here. Wait, no, there was something on this body and I took it. I do remember now. I did do that. I remember getting shot at by him and being annoyed. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, we are absolutely missing something. There's no question about that. But there's so much ground of, well, it could be here, it could be there, could be anywhere. The highest priority logical spots are the ones I listed. But they then lead to their own question marks. So I also don't necessarily know how much longer I'm going to go. Because my throat is getting mad at me again. Because, you know, we're at 5.5 hours of me talking constantly. And it's springtime, or at least getting into springtime, which means the universe hates people being able to breathe. Wait. Aha! My suspicions went to something yet again. Because I think one of these two alcoves didn't have anything in them. I couldn't remember which one. One had a shield, one had nothing. So I was gonna go poke both of them, in case that's what led to the key for the jail cells and all of that. I just happened to poke this one first. So what does this have to tell me? Oh. Uh-huh. That is definitely not something I expected to find, but okay. What is this? Okay, it's a weapon, I guess. Fiery sword. Oh, okay, it's just a fire sword. Huh. Don't get me wrong, I am by no means disappointed with receiving that. I am, however, disappointed that that didn't lead to something productive. Because I would not be shocked if something we do actually need is behind a secret wall somewhere. Absolutely would not put it past them to have done that. Also, farewell to the bitrate. Again. Now, I don't know if the fire damage on the sword will be that beneficial. But in theory, it's useful. Took me a second to understand what that emote was getting at. Rippin' pepperonis. Now here's a curiosity thought. There was a door over here in the other one. Is there a secret door counterpart to it? No. Okay. That was another thing that kind of ticked my brain a little, was the potential that they were trying to show you something by showing you a door in one room, and then having an identical room have something like it in there, just not immediately visible. Because that's a trick that we've all seen before, I'm sure. Yeah. The main thing that's kept me from doing that as much is the speed we're moving at makes me not want to have to walk all the way across rooms consistently. Which I'm sure is understandable, because it takes longer to get around. Now that we're running out of options, that's when the secret wall hunt begins. Is this hole right here, I am 80% certain leads to that archer in that chest. But I cannot open this door. I hate this game. I hate this game so much right now. You want to know what happened? I had to be standing in the perfect spot for the door to open. I hate it when that happens so much. Because you all have seen me walk over and press the interact on that door 2 times before that, I think. If you're up against the door, it doesn't work. If you're too far back, it doesn't work. You have to be standing in the perfect fucking sweet spot for that door in particular. That is so genuinely frustrating when that happens. 'Cause I don't mind that we needed to get in that door, and I don't even mind that I missed it. I'm just mad that it's because they didn't fucking put the interact point in a sensible position. That was the problem. Like, I don't even care that I was proven wrong instantly. I am so fucking used to that happening at this point. Because every other time I say something like that, I'm instantly proven wrong by the universe. What that tells me is I probably can open those other doors up there, too. So I'm gonna have to go back up there. Because this didn't actually lead to what I needed. Which is actually more frustrating than that door opening, too, is the fact that that was actually more or less fucking pointless. So I even forgot to put shoes back on during this whole goddamn thing anyway. Oh, yeah, they are actually, in fact... Why are these both iron boots, but they have different stats and a different description? Well, why couldn't they have just named these iron shoes or something? So you at least could differentiate them. For fuck's sake. Because these iron boots right here are just outright superior. They are better in every way. You're right. That's exactly why it happened. But I don't have to be happy that that answer is correct. I swear to fucking God. we've all definitely seen that, yeah. It's definitely a fucking thing. I'm going the right way. And see, they cheated with that because a lot of that's fucking auto-generated. Because, you know, that just rolls a bunch of shit on a table and just goes, here, this is yours now. You know what has kind of surprised me? I fully expected that bridge in the middle to just break as a fuck you, and it just never happened. Every time I walked across it, I'm like, it's gonna fucking fall. It's just gonna drop right out from under me and probably just kill me. Honestly, I didn't really give it much thought because it honestly doesn't matter to me. Like, when it came to AI tools being used as a replacement in graphic design and art and things, that was relevant to me because I make art. And they were actively stealing people's art to use that AI. So I had issue with that. Things like ChatGPT, I haven't looked at enough to have any feelings on. I don't know enough information to have an opinion. Because unlike a lot of people, I would prefer to have an informed opinion rather than being like, insert thing bad because people told me thing bad. It's like, I'm not even going to make the generalization that AI bad just because some things AI is used for is bad. Because there are definitely good applications for it. And, in theory, what you're saying is probably good. How it gets applied ends up being the question mark. Yep, there is a weird interact spot for that one, too. I had to be standing off to the side and at just the right distance for this one to open. Being centered and close doesn't fucking work. And you've hit the nail on the head for the problem, at least in the art scene, because a lot of places added a new feature based on the existence of the AI, and then auto-opted people into it, with no permission given, no consent asked, and in a lot of cases, they didn't even notify people that this feature existed. People found these later. Places like DeviantArt and such were getting in a ton of trouble over that whole situation. Because, you know, it's a place where a lot of people have put a lot of artwork. So, of course, you feed an AI that much information, it can do a lot with it. Within reason, of course. It seems like the rest of these cells were useless. So it didn't matter that I couldn't open the other doors. But yeah, I would have to research ChatGPT, learn what its limitations are and see it for myself before I can really speak on that concept. Because I also don't know what pool that particular AI pulls from. I ate right before I started. I usually eat before I start and then eat after I stop, which usually at most is an 8-hour stream. Same as if you would like do an actual work shift. Sometimes you'd stop to eat in the middle of a work shift too, but I haven't gotten hungry, so I'm not too worried about it. I appreciate that. Because there are plenty of people that forget that, and I've been guilty of it too. Like I did I think it was like a 13-hour special on my birthday, and I did a bad job on that one of taking care of myself. Because I just was riding along on that one a lot. I prepared before it, and I did eat during it, but I did not eat well during it. I should have done a smarter setup for that. But it was a very hodgepodge thing I threw together at the last minute, more or less. Okay, so this definitely does more damage to at least things like those mushrooms. They probably have a vulnerability to fire. Okay, so that's another idea checked off. That means... where else could those stones be? Well, stone be. There's only one we need. And another problem, potentially, is... we had a lot of deaths where I picked up something and then died with it. A lot of that could have run together and I may have missed picking something back up. But that then leads to a whole other question of, well, where was that? The easy answer would be we'd have to go back to the Guardian place. Is somewhere in there may be something we didn't pick back up. But we did enough laps through there that I would think I would have seen something. And then there, speaking of that place, there's the question mark of that red marker stone. No, but we've covered all of the ones that I had flagged in my brain as priority because I knew I missed things in those. The other ones I'm fairly confident we're not missing anything in. Because the shrine, I know there's no doors we haven't opened, no places we haven't been. Because the shrine leads to the place that then leads to the Guardian area that we sidetracked out of. And that was the only remaining door in there that we'd went through. The mines, we went through, I think, everywhere in there, but we died and didn't pick up everything that we left behind in there. But the only notable item that was in there was a set of arm guards, which would not be relevant. So that area, I'm 90% sure, is checked off and clear. The tunnels around the houses, I think, we've gone through at this point. I think I know what's happened here with the weird pillbug tunnel I'm remembering but can't find. I think 2 different pillbugs spawn in that one tunnel. Because visually, the tunnel I remember was identical to the one we saw the red pillbugs in. So that could be a situation there, where after certain flags are met, different things spawn there. Or I'm forgetting where it is and just somehow could not find it again. Which is possible. So I'm gonna backtrack and try to find that. I don't think it's relevant to our current problem, but it's at least something we can check off and at least do something. Instead of sitting here being like, the fuck, where is thing? What do? This sword also recharges so much faster. And there's also this whole jawbone thing we keep getting. What is the deal with those? I thought they were unique at first, because we only ever got, like, the one, and we got it in a specific place. But now we're just picking them up off the skeletons. So is it just a money item? It says it has no effect for a normal person. So maybe it's something we exchange with something. Like, anytime I pick up something weird like that, I start spinning it through all the various mechanics I've seen elsewhere in the series or elsewhere in games like this, trying to figure out if there's a logic to use it with. There's also one more thing on our meter up there that we have not been able to do anything with. See that extra meter underneath the blue bar? Nothing's interacted with that meter. Or that I've seen. There's also the dot next to it that looks like a toggle of some kind. Never had anything interact with that either, so I have no idea what either of those mean. They just exist. That's something I'll probably look up in the manual. Because before next session, I will probably actually remember to fucking pull up the manual. Because I could look it up now, but I'm not gonna, like, stop in motion to pull that up. So I could probably just grab it from replacement docs just fine. Wouldn't even take long. Just now that we figured out that the run button exists, I don't think there's much else that is urgent to figure out from the manual. Because I haven't felt anything else missing, if that makes sense. Do you have any new dialogue? Nope, you are saying the same shit. Good for you. There is one other thing that's bugging me, actually, now that I reflect on it, about the mines. Because we made a choice earlier in the game, and I'm wondering if it's a guaranteed finite choice, or if you can do multiple options in that choice. Because we got a life stone, and we gained the fire spell by giving it to the sick woman who needed the life stone to, you know, not be dying. The other option we had was we could have gotten a vial that could carry healing water. Now, the one who wanted the stone for the vial of healing water never had a reaction to us giving the other person the life stone. I don't know if anything's changed with him. That's one thing I'm going to go check on now. While Brain is currently firing on more cylinders than one. And actually, it might be worth checking on the woman and her daughter again, now that we've done more. Something may have triggered with them as well. Because they do love having random shit happen with all the NPCs in these games, as things happen. But I don't know if anything major enough has happened to cause any of that. But it can't hurt to check. Nope, he's still asking about a Rock of Life. Which is why I think we can obtain a second Rock of Life to give to him as well. Obtaining a third one's useless because the third guy who wanted one is dead. Still don't know how he died. That just kind of happened at some point. Which I also don't know if he's, like, hard-coded to die, or if you could have given him the life stone that we found first, or anything like that. I do know that the woman and child also had no reaction when I tested giving the other guy the stone. And the thing is, I might be thinking that this tunnel here that I'm walking through now is bigger than it is because of the fact that there was so many fucking bugs in there on our first trip through, so I had to keep backing up to fight them. But I think it's this tunnel right here that I was actually thinking of. But I think we did check this whole thing. Yeah, because this is just a short little dead-end tunnel. Leads nowhere. And we can't actually fit in there. And there's the possibility, but I find it unlikely, that we need that magic crystal that we saw that I needed to burn the web to drop it down. So I don't think that would be required. Because that'll teach us a new spell, but I don't know what that spell would do. So it's entirely possible that that's actually relevant. And I forgot to do that while I was over there when we had bought a couple mushrooms to have magic again. So that one's on me. I've walked back over here to check that the tunnels don't actually in fact exist that I keep thinking exist. Unless I'm genuinely just fucking tracking all kinds of wrong. Which is something I'll probably... Because I'm currently thinking, should I just end off now so we stop uselessly running around? And then next time with a clearer head, go back through everything? I'm of two minds with that thought, because the positive side to that, I'll have a clearer head, because I'll probably have gotten more than 3 hours sleep next time. The downside to that is next time will be next week. I have other things planned for the other time slots. But I'm gonna stick my head back into the mine, even though I hate it in here. Just to be absolutely certain we didn't miss any interactions with the pickaxe or anything like that while we were in here. Because we were in such rough shape all the time when we were in here. We are now significantly more stable, so it's entirely possible we might find something in here. As unlikely as I find it. Thank you for the lurk, Shifu, though. We're probably not going to be going super long at this point. But it's always appreciated. Yeah, this fast recharge is wonderful. On top of the fact that it actually kills these bats in one hit instead of taking 2 each. The fact that they can just hide inside your model is annoying still, though. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Because here's where the arm guards I found before were. We didn't have to go far to get them. Something I was wondering, and it was a stupid thing I didn't really think of. Common tool used among miners for its outstanding ability to break up rock. We've never used the pickaxe to break rock in this entire game so far. Okay. That in some ways makes me happier, because it's not something dumb like that specifically, at least. So I was half expecting to fucking break a hole through that and find some other fucking nonsense. And I was going to scream. Oh! I just realized how we keep losing our shield. Every time I equip the pickaxe, since the pickaxe is two-handed, it keeps unequipping the shield. That's what's happening there. I wonder. Aha! The fire sword can break those too. Probably because it is fire. So I don't even need to switch to the pickaxe anymore. His other weapons were bouncing off of those. Unless maybe it just had a... I don't know. Doesn't matter. Not gonna think about it that far. Only gonna drive myself crazy if I think about it too deep. As advertised before, I've been just, like, half passed out and fucking disastrous today anyway. I shouldn't have such high expectations for my own goddamn brain right now. And it seems like there is a certain point where damage will actually cause these guys to stagger. Because we weren't consistently staggering them before, but with this weapon's fire damage and just generally pretty damn high damage, it's staggering them fairly frequently. And we are getting a good chunk of money from killing them, so it is worth it. I genuinely dislike this mine. Because there's poison, like, around every other fucking corner. Because FromSoft can't leave goddamn poison areas alone for anything. They love their fucking poison. And they love making them infuriating to navigate. Yeah, exactly. That's the exact thing I mentioned when I was passing through here the first time today. At least it doesn't kill my frame rate like Blighttown used to. I still remember the earlier days of the Dark Souls 1 PC port. The shit show that was. So I seem to recall that there were performance issues in Blighttown in the console versions, too. Yeah, I didn't end up getting the remaster, so I don't know what's wrong with that one. Because by the time they made the remaster, I was kind of done with Dark Souls 1 already. I didn't have any real reason to do it again. Not that I ever... Oh, did I finish Dark Souls 1? I cannot remember at this point. I know I didn't finish 2 or 3. I don't remember if I ever actually finished 1. Because almost invariably my patience wore out on those at some point. And then other things would distract me, etc., etc. Ad infinitum. I'm assuming diving into the goo won't help me at all. Game, please. I cannot seem to get up there. There we go. We got real bugged out for a second there, and that's a problem. Yeah, because that's another thing. We haven't figured out what craftsman to bring those earth stones to in order to upgrade weapons. And I don't think I ever actually showed them to the merchant, so maybe he's able to work with them as well? I don't know. Why do I keep getting stuck trying to climb onto these now? I had no problems with that before, but now I just cannot get on top of these ledges properly. Like, I get that the platforms are sinking, but they shouldn't be blocking me from getting up there that quickly, since I'm walking straight across them. I guess maybe we're wearing so much that we're weighing it down more / moving slower compared to when we were here the first time. I don't know. I have suspicions on that one. I feel like the game might just be slightly broke. They don't appreciate the Blighttown comments. Oh hey, he dropped some shoes. And for those wondering why I keep not using the shortcut item thing, it's because I don't want to accidentally use it. What did I pick up? I could have swore they were shoes. Were they leather gloves? No, because I didn't get rid of my leather gloves. So I would have still had those. And we already picked up arm guards before. So what the hell did I pick up? So we already had the 2 pairs of iron boots. The fuck is going on here? Oh, there's the problem. They're still fucking there because it didn't pick up. Okay, I might have to go back and fix that one too, because apparently that didn't work. I don't know why my sound alerts are breaking, guys. I got nothing for you on that one. I will figure it out before next time, hopefully. I apologize for the inconvenience of shit being broke. It might very well be that some of these might have gotten removed from sound alerts, but it didn't actually update the UI, maybe? Like, maybe they're having a copyright issue or something. Considering there is a lot of copywritten stuff in sound alerts. So that could be an issue. But either way, before Monday, I will look into that and try to figure out what the fuck is up with that. 'Cause I wouldn't think that it's a volume issue. You know, it's not a case of I just can't hear it. Okay, I wanted to see if I could set that torch off by hitting it with the fire sword. We're now back at the bottom of the ladder. It's looking like I was right in thinking that this mine doesn't really lead anywhere. This is the guy that wanted a life stone over here. He just has another earth stone that we picked up before. I initially came over here to see if we could take his pickaxe, but it didn't work. We can try pickaxing the wall he was digging on. I didn't remember to try that before. Yep, whole lot of nothing, as expected. Just in case, like, he was just short of reaching a life stone or something. Since we, you know, do have that one other potential person to give one to. There's still this boarded up area over here. Because I think we opened this up at some point and then we died. It's all full of slimes and awful. So we're just gonna go green vision mode for a bit while I deal with this whole situation here. Because unpoisoning myself is just gonna get me poisoned again. Okay, now I'll unpoison myself. Right, because I think there was a spot down here we kept getting randomly poisoned, even though there was nothing there. So I gave up on it. So I think it was right down that tunnel over there I kept getting poisoned. Never did deal with big slime boy over here. Apparently I'm just getting poisoned being in this area. Probably because of him. He has something. I don't know what that is, but I have it. What is that? Ah! It's the other Rock of Life. So it was worth coming down here again. Just not for what we were hoping for. It was what I expected to find, because I was pretty confident we could get a second one. Because the fact that the other person who wanted it didn't have a reaction to not getting it. I wonder if clearing that out makes this place suck less. Probably not. Considering I'm still getting poisoned by just being down here. Yeah, I'm gonna... there's an area on the other side of this. So one last thing before we walk out of this area. I'm gonna try to break this. Nothing. Okay. Curiosity satisfied. I'm not really sure why this game has a run button when you can only run like a foot. And I know Greeno-Vision with the blinking is not great. Hate to look at. I don't like looking at it either, but I'm gonna run out of antidotes rapidly if I keep mashing through them. Not that we're not running low on herbs doing this either, but you know. I've only got so many options for that kind of thing. Okay. Now that we're out of that tunnel, we shouldn't get poisoned again. In theory. So we're up another Stone of Life, so we can give that to the guy, get the vial from him, and maybe that's the key to something important? Because we cleared out the healing altar a while ago, and we couldn't do anything with it because we didn't have anything to use with it. So it's possible that that'll be meaningful? Also, since there's going to be a couple more slimes up ahead, I'm actually going to use a mushroom so I can just burn them. Rather than having to figure out how to not get poisoned by them. All the backtracking for this place? Yes. All the backtracking at all? Unless there's another place I didn't remember at all, I think so. Bear in mind, part of this game was played a week ago. I could be forgetting something entirely. That is just an unfortunate fact of the way I've been choosing to do this. Usually my memory is quite good and I don't forget too much, which is why I'm not worried about doing it once a week. In my current mental state, it's not as active or useful. But at the very least, we might as well chase the thread I've managed to get a hold of here, where I can get the vial and use the vial. So at the very least, I'm hoping it'll provide us like a reusable healing item or something. So I guess the too long didn't read answer of your question is maybe. this is what a rock of life looks like. Okay, let's trade. Ta-da! And that's that. This used to be the holy city of the forest folk. I bet you came here in search of the untold treasures hidden here. There were many tools fabricated long ago, just waiting to be discovered. I'll find a treasure one of these days. I mean, at least you just got a stone of life, so you got that going for you. There's also that thing. Just sitting there. Got no idea how to get a hold of that either. Because running off of there didn't work, or at least walking off didn't work before, and I'm betting running isn't going to be much better. Like, there might be a point where you get faster than we are now or something, and then you're meant to run off that ledge at higher speed to grab it. Hard to say on that one. But let's now... I'm going the wrong way, actually. Oh, no. Which way do I want to go to get there? Which way would be quicker? The spiders are probably still not respawned, so let's go this way, because it'll probably be the shorter path. To get back to where the healing altar was. Because right at the other end of this tunnel is where the altar is. It looks like you can keep running even when the meter's empty, because I think it's just taking everything that refills of it immediately. I just expected when the meter emptied that you were going to have to stop running. Because so many games do that. As you'll notice, this is the altar of healing. Well, it didn't say nothing happened. It doesn't appear to be doing much of anything. The thing is, we had a problem in this room before where I wasn't able to use the water crystal that I got until I walked away from something. Consider me summarily disappointed. Because this is now making me wonder if I got this vial for nothing. Or if I've misunderstood what its purpose is. To give you guys context of why I thought this is what it was for... Because you can actually go back through everybody's dialogues that you've had. It was... Imbuing tools that store the power of nature. There we go. People will say that the spring outside was once filled with healing water. Perhaps this water was used in the imbuing process. This vial can be used to hold healing water. I tried using it on the healing spring we found in the mines in the brief time that I had the vial before reloading and giving the stone to the woman and her daughter. It did not appear to work then, but maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. Maybe I'm supposed to get water from somewhere else and bring it here. And then this lets me do something. That's a maybe. But in the end, that didn't help, which is unfortunate. So other than going back to where we're currently stuck, I am running out of ideas. There's also whatever the hell it is that's making all this noise. Right around here somewhere. Every time we've passed this area, something's making a big ol' racket. There's no doors here. Unless it's meant to be coming from the hole here? Like maybe there's a spider that was supposed to have come out of this hole and is just stuck on the other side of the wall? Hmm. 'Cause there's definitely something right on the other side of this goddamn wall. Making a big ol' racket. But none of these walls over here, at least, are secret doors. So that's weird. I suppose it's possible that it's something above me as well. Like, maybe that's where the pill bugs are, and I'm just hearing them running around on top of my goddamn head. But that sound was bothering me every time I went through that tunnel, so I wanted to check it again. Because I think by the time we get over here, I don't think this is viable to find a secret door that leads to that particular part. I think this is too far. But I'll check this room specifically just in case. Nope, nothing opened. Also, that thing I was staring at that looked like something I needed to put something in was just one of these lamps. But that also begs the question, why are some of these lamps lit and some of them aren't? It's not like I can light them, as you see there. Unless I missed. I guess I should double check. Nope. So we're kind of back where we started. But I think at this point I am going to go back, save, and call it a day. As soon as I remember which way's which, because I'm hitting that point where I'm fading now. Like, I was already not doing great. But I just felt the eyes go like, you want me to stay open? You can fuck off with the eyes being open. Still bugs the shit out of me that we keep hearing all that crawly nonsense right around there.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Right, that's actually one of the other most used sounds. It's been a little while since anybody used it. I forgot about it. There's also this thing. I don't know what the deal with this fucking thing is either. It's different, so presumably there's something meaningful with it. I just don't know what. I tried breaking it with the pickaxe and the swords and everything, and nothing happened, so I don't know. And this is still a mystery. Presumably we need some kind of red wand, considering what the description for it was. But I have no idea where that would be either. So I suppose the final takeaway with today is we learned a lot and realized we knew less. The more we knew, the more we didn't know. Which is, you know, always a fun thought to have. Realizing you know you don't know. Now, where do I want to go? That is the question. Where do I wish to send all of you on a raid? Yeah. Waits longer for some than others. Some of us are already given to madness from the word go. Ah, that's why I remember seeing that person. Okay, that makes sense. Just realizing connections between people as I'm scrolling through Retro to see if there's someone new that jumps out at me visually immediately, or whether I'll take you to somebody I already have on the list. And of course, the whole ending thoughts line up. If you're not already following, remember to follow. If you want to buy stickers and things, there is a merch store there that I thought I had auto-posting, but only the Fiverr is auto-posting today, so I don't know what's happening. Actually, wait, no. I think I didn't turn on auto-post for that because when I first set that up, I only had the one thing, and I didn't want it auto-posting till I was ready. I've since added more things, so now there's a reason for it to be posted. I think Brain has just caught up with itself again there. Which, y'all have already seen the Fiverr posted a few times. Let's see, schedule. Tomorrow, nothing's happening. Sundays and Wednesdays are the off days. Monday, we'll probably finish Portrait of Ruin. Tuesday, I might go back and try to finish that Mario 1 community challenge I started on Friday. Unless I get another idea in my head in the meantime on that. Thursday we'll be back to Soul Hackers till we either finish that or not. Friday we'll see what happens. And then Saturday we'll be here again. That's the loop. Now, still didn't really end up with an actual answer of where we're going, but I was hoping that I was gonna be able to ramble that along long enough for you guys to have somewhere to go. Got two options in front of me. I'll go ahead and just flip the coin like I usually do. And it'll end up on one of them. If my thumb actually flips the damn coin. Okay. That answers that. Which, it's kind of funny that we're ending up going this way since I was just talking about trying to finish a Mario challenge. We will go see Morphe Galaxy, who I met through Ace, who I had originally met through Miscellaneous, who those who have been around for a bit know. Oh, I've raided her a bunch and we get along. So, friends of friends of friends. You know how that goes. They've been good people when I've visited over there, so worth it to send some people their way. And they're currently doing Super Mario 3D World. Which, fun enough. Let's see. Do I have anything else I wanted to add? Well, aside from the general thank you all for everyone who has stuck around this entire time, or really were here at all, because, especially of late, numbers have been terrible. So today looking good has been a huge help to me not throwing this all in a goddamn bin and giving up. So I appreciate that. I'm very thankful for everyone who was here. Here in any capacity, in every capacity. There it is, thank you. This way you'll know when we get back on track with this nonsense. Of course. Have a good one, everyone, and do at least be decent to the one we're gonna go visit. They are nice people. It's worth it. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.